Also continues to struggle among African-American voters who overwhelmingly support Hillary Clinton.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. Several other polls also give Clinton a small lead nationally, though an AP GFK survey gives the Democrat a 14-point edge. The ground is shaken again a few more times today in Italy, aftershocks to yesterday's two earthquakes that left thousands sleeping in their cars last night. They're cleaning up the damage. That's a bulldozer there. It's in a region still reeling from an August quake that killed nearly 300 people. The Cubs get even at the World Series.
You live for this moment. This is the moment that you want to be in. This is the ultimate goal, the World Series, and win it all.
Kyle Schwarber drove in two of the Cubs' 5 runs in a 5-1 win over the Indians in Cleveland. The series now tied up, shifts to Chicago. Game 3 will be tomorrow night. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
49 degrees this morning. We have mostly cloudy skies. 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago announcing security plans for World Series action over the weekend. Police setting up security checkpoints within a 2-block perimeter of Wrigley Field as the World Series moves back here to Chicago. City officials say they plan enhanced security. Traffic is expected to be very heavy in the already congested North Side neighborhood. They would urge anyone without a ticket to simply watch at home. People who live near Wrigley Field who want to drive in the area should be warned. It will be very hard. Be prepared to show photo ID and proof of address. Street closures as well on Clark and Addison will be in effect. A grand jury has handed down an indictment of a suburban Chicago man for allegedly trying to kill 2 police officers. DEA agents, part of a task force, watching during an undercover sting in August. A Wednesday statement from U.S. prosecutors says Adam Godinez faces multiple charges that include attempted murder and conspiracy to distribute drugs. The Illinois Attorney General is warning baseball fans to watch out for World Series ticket scams. As the Cubs and Indians meet, the Attorney General says while box seats are selling for $5,000 to $10,000 on ticket-selling websites like StubHub, there are many potential sites who are selling bad tickets, according to the Attorney General, taking advantage of those who want to see the first World Series in town since 1945. The hourly minimum wage in suburban Chicago increases to $13 an hour in action taken by the Cook County Board. It's a gradual raise. $10 an hour, July 1st of 2017, $11 an hour a year later to $13 an hour in 2020. However, home rule communities can vote to opt out of that increase in Cook County. A firefighter is okay after falling through a staircase, battling a blaze on Chicago's south side near 69th and Paulina. Prosecutors are investigating possible criminal charges this morning after a number of fights in the maximum security wing of the Cook County Jail, where 2 corrections officers and 8 inmates were hurt. The DuPage County judge is refusing to allow a 16-year-old accused of threatening to shoot up his high school to return home to await trial. The judge wants additional psychological assessments of the Hinsdale South junior, who was found to have amassed an arsenal that included several guns and explosives. Jake Arrieta was back in 2015 form in the Cubs' win last night. There's news in the wake of Kyle Schwarber being added to the roster for the Cubs. Left-hander Giovanni Soto has been claimed by the Oakland A's off waivers from the Cubs. He was designated for assignment Saturday to open that spot on the roster. NBA opens up for the Bulls tonight as they take on Boston. The news, a service of American Express. Hey, American Express card members, you don't want to miss this. Now through December 31st, there's a big reason for you to shop small at local stores in your neighborhood. Learn more. Enroll your eligible card today at americanexpress.com/shop small offer. Terms apply. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media has a duty and an obligation to cover this election fairly. Does it seem fair to you? Or do we see more coverage about the problems of one side than the problems for the other side? When the so-called journalists put their thumb on the scale and attempt to influence the most important election of our lifetime, it makes you wonder, what do we have to do to win? There's only one thing left to do. Make sure you and like-minded people go vote. It's the only way to stop them from tipping the scales. The host on this station will keep reminding you right till the end. AM 560, The Answer.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Rain, sleet, and snow are coming to threaten your visibility and turn your commute into a battle. But the Michelin Man is ready to protect you with Michelin Stealth Wiper Blades. Exclusive SmartFlex technology makes these blades flex to the curve of your windshield, giving you the best wipe possible and streak-free long-lasting performance for safer driving. Winter is coming, and when it arrives, be ready. Michelin Wiper Blades. It doesn't get any clearer than this. Available at Walmart, Pet Boys, Home Depot, and other fine retailers.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Join the Ayn Rand Institute at AM 560's Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Saturday, October 29th at the Westin in Itasca. Yaron Brook, Executive Director of ARI, will discuss his book, Equal is Unfair. This provocative new book was highlighted last year by co-author Don Watkins and has been eagerly anticipated. ARI fellow and former Institute of Justice attorney Steve Simpson discusses his new book, Defending Free Speech. The idea of free speech is under attack on college campuses and around the world. Find out why and how to defend it. Inside Freedom Summit's Media Rumble Roundtable, Yaron Brook will be alongside Dan Proft, Mike Gallagher, and Guy Benson as they talk about the big issues of this year's election. Then, at 3 p.m., come to the book signing with Yaron and Steve. And finally, at 4 p.m., you won't want to miss the live taping of the Yaron Brook Show with audience Q&A and gifts for all live taping attendees. Find out more at 560theanswer.com, keyword freedom. Join the Ayn Rand Institute at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016.
5:10. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Telemonte. Good morning, Jim.
Morning, Mike. In Lyons and Forest View, Harlem Avenue is closed right now from just north of I-55 to 47th Street due to a crash. Kenosha, closure of 94. That's eastbound or southbound 94 at 158 In fact, traffic is diverted off the interstate at 158 and is able to get right back on using the entrance ramp. This is due to an earlier crash involving a car and a pedestrian happened less than 2 hours ago. Elsewhere, things look good at the moment on the expressways and tollways. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink, toner, and printers. The redesigned, lightning-fast HP OfficeJet Pro is now at Staples. You can save up to $100. For a limited time, see store staples.com for details. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Cloudy this morning, then intervals of clouds and sunshine this afternoon, high 53. Patchy clouds tonight, low 39. Windy tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 66. Breezy Saturday with times of sun and clouds, a high of 70 degrees. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 49 at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and I think we should start the show by waiting for Amy's apology to Kyle Schwarber for trying to keep him off the World Series roster.
Yeah, yeah, that didn't go well, did it? No, I'm glad he's back. Really, I'm
That's
happy
not an apology.
He came back from his knee surgery and he's back. He did really well.
We need to record this and send it to him, so maybe someday I'll come on the show. Say, I, Amy Jacobson, apologize to Kyle Schwarber.
I, Amy Jacobson, apologize to Kyle Schwarber for even suggesting that you shouldn't be playing in the World Series.
All right.
Here's a highlight of some of the work that he did last night.
Will Joe let him go on 3-0? He does, and a base hit. Here comes Rizzo. No throw to the plate. Schwarber's delivered 2-0.
Has Rizzo scored yet?
Well, that was his RBI single in the third.
He's back.
Yeah, Rizzo,
Lumbering around third, Anthony Rizzo. I mean, he's not. He's, that's why you have $184 million pinch runners like Jason Hayward.
Right, exactly.
Schwarber with another base hit. Comes up 4-0 here in the fifth inning.
So the final was, 5-1.
Yeah.
5-0. No, I'm just kidding. 5-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, now the series is tied exactly like we had predicted. Remember?
So
and Jake Arrieta.
Yeah, your Jake Arrieta doll came through.
It did. I brought him with me last night because all I'm just here in between parties, I've realized. And thank God they have a night off so I could change sheets to get ready for my next guests that are coming. Everyone's just coming to Wrigley. Change sheets. That's what you do in between guests. You change sheets. You get the room ready. My Michigan girls are leaving.
This is not some kind of an illegal Airbnb that hasn't been sanctioned by City Hall, has it?
No. It's just, my son yesterday said, Mom, why are all these people here? And I said, Sonny, just get used to it. We just have to get through the weekend, and then we're good. Jake Arrieta, he pitched 23 pitches in the first inning. I was very nervous, but he made it. He did a really good job.
A little wild in the first. A long fly ball.
Touch the doll.
Right center.
Come on.
On a normal day in Cleveland, it probably would have left the park, changed the fortunes of the Cubs.
Of the games,
but I mean, for the first time in 71 years, Cubs fans could go to sleep last night with a World Series game victory.
I know. It was really exciting. And wake up this morning feeling refreshed, rejuvenated, ready to go, ready to tackle their day before the Cubs come here for a 3-game stretch. Now, are you, Dan Proft, going to go to any of the games here?
Oh, I don't have the kind of VIP friends that you have. I don't live in a secluded compound in Lakeview with the resources.
I live in an A-frame, and people are sleeping on my basement floor in air mattresses.
The resources to go to games where it's $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 just to get a seat. No. I'm down there with the hoi polloi, watching on TV if my rabbit ears can even pick up the game.
Where are you watching the game?
No.
Well, tell me the name of the establishment.
I need to keep my throngs of fans at bay.
Oh my gosh, the ladies.
Yeah, right.
Ladies, get away from me.
No,
But I think you owe us an apology because
my female friends. I don't really need to keep them awake. They move so slow because they're in their late 80s that you see them coming from a long way away. So there's no concern there.
Can you touch the doll? Come on.
No, I'm not touching.
Jake Arrieta lives in our neighborhood, and he's a great guy.
Of course he does. You're in the Jake Arrieta neighborhood. The people making $15-20 million a year. I know.
Well, we're the richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor in my neighborhood, but that's all right.
Oh, the poorest of the poor. Yeah. Yeah, it's Appalachia on the other side of the Arrieta compound.
There's some people here from Kentucky. There's still some hillbillies in my hood.
It's Lakeview.
Yeah, it is
Lakeview.
Come on, I
You
live
guys,
there.
It's
I
the
live there.
richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor.
The poorest of the poor as compared to what? The
Well,
poorest
I
of
mean,
the poor.
Well, there's a lot of poor people. In
Yeah,
the neighborhood.
it's one
Not a
side
lot
of
of
the
middle
street.
class.
No, on one side of the street, it's financiers.
for
On the
me.
other side, it's Port-au-Prince. Come on.
No,
You know
It's
what?
not.
You're going.
No, I know it's not.
It's not.
You're going on a.
You're right.
I have an extracurricular activity for you. You're coming to my house.
No, I'm not.
You could walk up and down my street, walk on this side of the street first, and then cross this other side, and you can see how people live in Lakeview.
Plus, there's too many rats in your neighborhood.
Oh, I know. Aren't they cute?
And that's
though?
why you need those feral cats around. It's like a life after people there. It's
You know
feral
what?
cats chasing rats and.
I know, and my cats kill rats every day. And I'm going to subcontract my rats out to WGN TV because they have a horrible rat problem. And I've been tweeting back and forth with Paul Conrad over there.
Yeah.
They have a rat problem at the studio?
Oh, yeah. It's bad. And they need help. And I said, just take my cats. And I send them pictures of all the rats that my cats have killed. That's pretty cool.
That's going to
But
end up
Mayor
on the
Emanuel-
morning show soon.
Oh, no. Well, yeah. Mayor Emanuel wants, $10.2 million to reinstate this rat abatement program. All he needs are cats that they're going to put down anyway and give them 3 to each family because that's what they travel, in herds, kind of like dogs.
That's fascinating.
And have them, and there's a hot box that they give them.
Okay.
Excuse me, that heats the water in the wintertime in a warm place for them to stay. And that's how you get rid of the rats. Nothing else will kill rats than cats.
Maybe you could be the rat terminator for Tiny Dancer.
You know what? I should take that job and I could.
You could
have,
have
all the-
like
I could leave
teams
the
of
cat
feral
lady.
cats.
Well, they're going to put them down anyway, so they might as well just put them in your alley.
The cat whisperer.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. Do you want to see what their latest rat? There's a rat. I'm not kidding.
No, we do
that
not.
My cat killed. That goes from here to here. I mean, he's the whole length of my arm. I mean, these rats are huge. It's the size of a football, bigger than a football.
I have coyotes and raccoons to worry about.
We don't have raccoons. We have no raccoons whatsoever. And we don't really have, some coyotes.
All right. Our guest coming up at 5:35, Jack Hanna, talking more about feral cats and coyotes, rats, lions and tigers and bears.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, the rain is pretty much behind us. We're going to have clouds this morning, then some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 53 degrees. And tomorrow, Friday, windy with intervals of clouds and sun, a high of 66. Just perfect for Game 3 of the World Series. Let's go to the traffic center and say good morning to Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. Right now, things are fairly quiet on the area roadways. There are a couple of trouble spots. One is in Lyons and Forest View, just north of the Stevenson Expressway. Harlem Avenue is closed in both directions. Between the Stevenson or just north of the Stevenson at 47th Street, there's a crash. And in Kenosha, 94 eastbound or southbound in Kenosha is blocked at 158 after an earlier collision involving a pedestrian. Traffic is diverted off the interstate and gets right back on the entrance ramp at 158. Traffic's still fairly light, but that's been a closure now for going on 2 hours, so expect to lose a little time there. Otherwise, for now, roads are wet, but otherwise good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now, here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
AM 560. The Answer.
Come on, just touch the dial button.
No, I'm not touching it.
Why?
All right, more
It's so
bizarre than the
What?
Cubs in a World Series. How about this? Michael Moore effectively, however inadvertently, making the closing argument for Donald Trump.
What's going on there?
This is this audio went viral yesterday. This is Michael Moore doing a promotional event for his new movie, Michael Moore in Trumpland. This is in Ohio, and he kind of lays out the case in part for his movie, which I have not seen and will not. But listen to this. And
Will you watch the trailer?
Well, I did. I mean, I was intrigued by what I was hearing online where the kids are, their social media and their Instabooks and their Facegrams and whatnot.
Pinterest, Grindr, Tinder.
Michael Moore describing Donald Trump as the human Molotov cocktail, but kind of complimentarily.
Because I know a lot of people in Michigan that are planning to vote for Trump, and they don't necessarily like him that much, and they don't necessarily agree with him. They're not racist and rednecks, they're actually pretty decent people. And so I wanted to sort of, after talking to a number of them, I wanted to write this. And Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood there in front of the Ford Motor executives and said, if you close these factories as you're planning to do in Detroit and build them in Mexico, I'm going to put a 35% tariff on those cars when you send them back, and nobody's going to buy them. It was an amazing thing to see. No politician, Republican or Democrat, had ever said anything like that to these executives. And it was music to the ears of people in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the Brexit states. You live here in Ohio, you know what I'm talking about. Whether Trump means it or not is kind of irrelevant because he's saying the things to people who are hurting. And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
Well, I'll tell you,
my God.
I don't agree with Trump's kind of protectionist trade policy, and Michael Moore's by extension. This is where they have an intersection, whether you believe Trump or not. As Moore said, I certainly believe Moore, being economically illiterate. But the underlying point is the point we've made for the last 16 months, at least the better part of it, when it became clear that Trump was tapping into something like late last year, a year ago, and that the movement underfoot Trump was real. It's a fascinating statement that he makes. Now, also, just one thing, his reference to the Brexit states, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs saying, Brexit is unlikely because we're talking about candidates, not a ballot initiative. And the gap between Trump and Clinton is much larger than it was going into Election Day in England for the vote to remain or not remain in the EU. Actually, it's not true. Goldman Sachs is wrong again. Keep that in mind for, these are the numbers guys. They're managing your money, rich people. Betting odds in England had given Remain an 88% chance of prevailing against the Leave victory. And there was a 4-point lead for Remain going into Election Day. The RCP average right now of all major polls gives Clinton a 4.4 point edge. And you even see a couple of polls like the LA Times tracker that has Trump with a 1-point lead. You've seen others that have it, including Rasmussen and Investors Business Daily, that have it Hillary Clinton with just a 1-point lead. So that's a dead heat. So no, actually, this is not dissimilar to Brexit in terms of the handicapping of what would happen with Brexit on the cusp of that vote in England.
And CNN this morning, just moments ago, moved. They changed their electoral college map, getting Nevada and Florida back into battleground states because they had it leaning Democratic. Now it's back in play.
Well, right.
Because of the latest poll with Donald Trump showing that he's up in Florida.
Yeah, a Bloomberg poll yesterday had Trump
Awesome.
up too. Again, statistical dead heat, but that shows movement nonetheless, which is the important thing. Are we seeing still volatility? Are we seeing movement? That's really the question you're asking, and the answer is yes. And that was one of the big stories yesterday about the polls narrowing across a number of battleground states.
Back to Michael Moore, though. What is
yes.
the name of this? Because he looks...
Michael Moore in Trumpland is the film.
Oh, okay. Didn't you like Roger and Me? Did you see that one?
I did. That's his first one, Roger Smith.
That's the best one, yeah.
The GM
Trying
CEO.
to track him down.
Yeah, it was interesting for guerrilla journalism at the time, a documentary of that sort. It was interesting.
But then he did Bowling for Columbine.
And
that
he
was
veered
awful.
off into just being a
Stalking
left-wing
Charlton
agitprop.
Heston.
And it's just, he's uninteresting. That's the
Well,
biggest crime.
He looks like he's transitioning to me. Is that bad to talk about that?
No.
I mean, he looks like he's becoming Michelle more.
Yeah.
Because the longer hair, and then, he's kind of stepping up his game. He got rid of that stupid Michigan State hat he'd always wear.
For Michael Moore, though, worried about Ford plants going overseas, maybe he could seed them his Torch Lake compound up in Michigan. They could just build on his property. What about that? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Michael Moore's closing argument. It went on.
Really?
And
he sounds like a Trump surrogate.
Well,
honestly,
he's not. I mean, the movie, as I understand it, is not complimentary of Trump. So the promo is very interesting. But he's describing what Trump is tapping into, not as an endorsement, but as an analyst. And here's the thing that Michael Moore is doing smartly. He's doing what the GOP intellectuals and some GOP candidates failed to do. He's doing what the leftist intellectuals have failed to do, the deplorables in the general, which is separate the candidate from the candidate's supporters. That's what Moore is doing here in his analysis. That's what Republicans should have been doing all along, and that's what the Trump team should have taken more of an advantage of. And they still have time. They still have a dozen days to continue to remind people just how much the left despises you, just how little they think of you, just how happy they are to treat you as a less than. Your government that you finance to treat you as a less than. Michael Moore goes on to basically say the perspective of these individuals he's talking about that are supporting Trump is the enemy of my enemy is, my president.
And there's more of the former middle class than there are in the millionaire class. So on November 8th, the dispossessed will walk into the voting booth, be handed a ballot, close the curtain, and take that lever, or felt pen or touchscreen, and put a big X in the box by the name of the man who has threatened to upend and overturn the very system that has ruined their lives. Donald J. Trump. They see that the elites who ruined their lives hate Trump. Corporate America hates Trump. Wall Street hates Trump. The career politicians hate Trump. The media hates Trump after they loved him and created him and now hate him. Thank you, media. The enemy of my enemy is who I'm voting for on November 8th.
How about it? Phil on the Northwest side.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing this guy, but I think he's great, and I think everybody's so damn divided in our country on every level, especially Democrats. Really, people don't realize Democrats, they've turned into 100% the Communist Party or extreme socialists. They're not Democrats. They haven't been Democratic in 50 years. And all the people who are just getting on board to politics, we'll say like Amy, want to keep leaning towards that end of thinking, or this guy. They lean toward this guy, lean toward that side of thinking where these are really Democrats for the people. They haven't been in 45 years, but they want their jobs and they want their unions, and it's very understandable. And we're in Chicago. Thank God I don't have to be tagged as paranoid anymore, especially after Jan Schakowsky's husband and all the rest. Because, something, this has been going on in our city the whole time I've been alive, the whole time.
Thanks, Phil.
And everybody's so divided, Dan, that it literally, when you look at the jobs, I work 100 hours a week most of the time. Most people, if they're not on welfare or they're not on subsidies or they're not single mothers, they're killing themselves. And we're not producing anything. When I'm shipping out in containers, I'm shipping out used clothes. It is out of hand. We can't make a steering wheel, a bicycle, nothing. We don't make anything in Chicago, but we're going to keep flooding our cities with more people and more people, whether those people are legal, illegal, jobless, or whatever. There's no place to put them and nothing to make.
Thanks, Phil.
And then we
we got to jump. Thanks, Phil.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP, and if you're one of the first 100 callers, you can try Transcend risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-2199. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. To guarantee your 10-day in-home trial, you must be one of the first 100 callers to call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-2199. Again, that's 1-800-400-2199.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, it seems California State University has banned words.
I'd like to hear less from California, so I'm kind of a proponent of that. Coming up, I just want to pick up on this Michael Moore distillation. Are you voting for Trump as an FU to the establishment? Because that's what Michael Moore is saying at 5:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Cloudy and 49 degrees. Aroldis Chapman got the final 4 outs. Cubs complete a 5-1 World Series victory over the Cleveland Indians. Skipper Joe Maddon says starting pitcher Jake Arrieta was on from the beginning.
Overall, he had great stuff. His command a little bit scattered at times, but he kept battling through, didn't give up any hits. Finally, was it like 96 or 98 pitches by the time I took him out? I think a lot of it, he just had a hard time gripping the baseball.
Chicago announcing security plans for the World Series. Police will set up security checkpoints within a 2-block perimeter of Wrigley, and city officials say they've also planned enhanced street closures and parking restrictions.
If you don't have a ticket to the event, we encourage you to gather with friends, order some food, and celebrate at home in your neighborhood, as traffic will be very heavy around Wrigleyville.
Street closures on Clark and Addison will be in effect earlier than on typical game days. And officials are also reminding everyone that drones in public spaces in Chicago are illegal. Anyone caught using one will be arrested. Presidential candidates are campaigning in swing states today. Democrat Hillary Clinton in North Carolina, joined by First Lady Michelle Obama, the first time they're hitting the campaign trail together.
More than 10 million people have already voted, including 2 million right here in Florida.
Clinton yesterday campaigning in battleground Florida. Republican Donald Trump on ABC's Good Morning America for a joint interview with his wife Melania. He'll then hit the campaign trail in Ohio after offering a new deal to the African-American community.
That deal is grounded in 3 promises: safe communities, great education, and high-paying jobs.
He would, quote, restore civil rights for African Americans in cities and Hispanics. The FCC is addressing consumer privacy on the web due to vote on new rules today on how Internet service providers can use consumer data. Closing arguments in the New Jersey Bridgegate trial begin today. 2 former top aides to Governor Chris Christie are accused of orchestrating the 2013 George Washington Bridge lane closures. Senator Ted Cruz is fine with leaving just 8 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. Texas Republicans said that a nominee from a Democratic president would be blocked indefinitely. Cook County Board approves a gradual raise in the minimum wage to $13 an hour. A firefighter is okay after tumbling through a staircase battling a blaze on Chicago's South Side. A DuPage County judge orders a 36-year-old Downers Grove man held on $1 million bail for providing the drugs that killed a teenage foreign exchange student. Tonight in the NBA, Boston and the Bulls. The news, a service of American Express. Hey, American Express card members, you don't want to miss this. Now through December 31st, there's a big reason for you to shop small at local stores in your neighborhood. Learn more and enroll your eligible card today at americanexpress.com/shop small offer. Terms apply. 5:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I'd say the same thing to a billionaire that I would say to somebody making $30,000 a year.
The Joe Walsh Show.
The money you make, the money you earn, the money you invest, that's your money, damn it. And I think it's your duty, it's your right to do whatever you can do legally to limit what you give government, because we have a government that's too damn big.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Gina Labus, President and CEO of Mid-States Glass and Metal and a customer of Signature Bank since 2011. As we expanded our business into all aspects of the glass and metal industry, we needed a bank who could grow along with us. That's when we met Mick O'Rourke, co-founder of Signature Bank. Mick and his team took the time to understand the ebbs and flows of our business. They worked with us to find a solution that would support our growth. Mid-States Glass and Metal is proud to work with Signature Bank because they support Chicagoland women-owned businesses like mine.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
5:38. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. And here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike and Lyons. Harlem Avenue remains closed just north of the Stevenson to 47th Street due to a crash. And Kenosha 94 eastbound has reopened at 158th after an earlier collision involving a pedestrian. Edens to Kennedy are okay, but the inbound Eisenhower is a 2-minute delay from Manheim to First Avenue. Now Stevenson slow Harlem to Cicero, 37 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Up on 35, a little heavy central to Harlem after that crash on Harlem. Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 23 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop, 426. Traffic service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy this morning, little sunshine this afternoon, high 53, patchy clouds and 39 overnight, and a high of 66 tomorrow. Currently, we have 48 at O'Hare, 50 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Trump in Charlotte yesterday talking about a new deal for black families in America. You heard the part of that on Mike Scott's newscast. And Michael Moore
talking to the Brexit states, as he calls them, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, while promoting his new movie, Michael Moore in Trumpland.
Otherwise known as battleground states, but okay.
And aligning himself with the essentially what's come to be termed the white working class. Listen to what he says.
Yes, on November 8th, you, Joe Blow, Steve Blow, Bob Blow, Billy Bob Blow, all the blows get to go and blow up the whole system because it's your right. Trump's election is going to be the biggest ever recorded in human history.
Who's the pianist following him around?
I use Marvin Hamlish. I'm not sure. So the blows are going to determine the outcome of the election. You agree with that? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-3668, turnkey.pro text line. And now the flip side of that, and this is remarkable, and I think Trump deserves some credit here, okay? He's in Charlotte, North Carolina, and he's making an appeal 12 days before an election to black voters. Listen.
Today I want to talk about how to grow the African American middle class and to provide a new deal for black America. That deal is grounded in 3 promises: safe communities, great education, and high-paying jobs.
And then he goes on to give his formula in each of those areas, and it's nothing we haven't heard before. But the point is this. Republicans get criticized a lot, largely correctly, for showing up to make kind of a perfunctory appeal to black voters around Labor Day.
Right.
To say we're trying to outreach. We don't do anything in between elections, and we kind of show up 90 days out where some percentage of the black vote is needed, try and up our percentage by a few percentage points. And we say, we care about black families too. The left isn't working for you, obviously. And so you should consider us, as Trump's been saying, what do you have to lose? But then we go away when it comes down to crunch time. So 12 days out in swing states, rather than making an appeal to that suburban soccer mom, Trump is in Charlotte yesterday making an appeal to black families. It's actually rather remarkable, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for making that appeal. I really do.
But the mainstream media, I was watching CNN, I was watching his rally live, and they focused in on the fact that he had 2 white people holding Blacks for Trump signs. I mean, really, who cares? I know. There's saying that he's pandering to the African Americans. Look, he even has white people holding up Blacks for Trump signs.
That's how trivial the DC press corps is, or at least portions of it, like you're describing. So, here's the pushback to the press corps and to others who would make that point of kind of the lobotomized left that just repeats the blather they hear on cable news channels. So we're racist because we don't make an effort to enlist minority families. And then we're panderers when we do. Mm-hmm. So I get what you're saying. No matter what you do, you can't win. And you know why? Because we know we have to run the scam on those families of solidarity and marginality, where lakefront liberals, like in Chicago, pretend to have so much in common with struggling black families on the west or the south side or of the city or the south suburbs or other places around the state of Illinois. That's the big lie. But they need to perpetuate the lie to make themselves feel good, do the limousine liberals, as well as to make their numbers work and to continue to snow 95% of the African-American community to walk in lockstep with people that have nothing in common with them. And also, more importantly, no interest in them. Truly no interest in them. Because if they did, the last 50 years of great society and centralized K-12 schooling would have produced a lot better results for the families that are relegated, I would say imprisoned within those programs.
It's so true. We have a drug treatment center now in our neighborhood, and all the liberals were so afraid, Dad, so afraid that it would open up and things would go to hell in a handbag in our neighborhood. Everything's just fine. But they want to help, we help the downtrodden. We're Democrats. We help everybody. Republicans, you're racist. You don't care about the poor or those in need. And then when even the thought of that treatment center coming to our neighborhood, they came out in droves. They filled Zia's restaurant complaining, we can't have that here. It's bad for the children. What if our children see drunk people walking down the street? Well, look at yourself, parents. You're drunk yourselves.
Well,
drinking on a Tuesday after you drop your kids off at school.
Well, not only that, let me go back and look at the distribution of votes in the Lakeview neighborhood, Republican versus Democrat. So, hey, look, we want to help people with substance abuse problems, but as long as
it's not in my neighborhood.
Yeah, as long as the facility's in Robbins, then it's fine.
Or even in Roscoe Village, but not in Lakeview.
Yeah, no, and by the way, and proponents of school choice, like Trump was referencing when he talked about a great education, proponents of school choice, which overwhelmingly benefit minority families and minority students that excel and open the doors of opportunity. That's no benefit to me other than I want an educated citizenry and I don't want people discriminated against based on their household income and their address. That's a benefit to me. But in other words, if you want to continue to run the centralized school system in Chicago and urban centers around the country that destroys the lives of minority kids because they don't even have access to the opportunity to earn a quality education, well, that's not going to impact my life because I was fortunate. My parents sacrificed for me. I got a good education no matter what happens, no matter what the commissars of the Democrat Party do. I'm going to be fine. I'm always going to be able to make a living. I'll be fine. Mm-hmm. What about your kids? So maybe the thought is, well, if they're advocating for this, even if I'm not a Republican, I'm not a conservative, I don't like Proft, whatever. But if he's advocating for this, maybe there's something behind the idea. Maybe I should look at the message and not just content myself to demagogue the messenger like the left does because they can't compete with the message. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe light bulbs go off somewhere. I don't know. Kevin in Hickory Hills. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, I was saying that. Good morning. Sorry.
No, you're all right. You're good.
That as far as the Michael Moore thing goes, I think there's some reality to it because when Mitt Romney was 300,000 votes behind in North Carolina in 12, and that was all because of the early voting and whatever. But on the day of the voting, the people show up, and I think that regardless if they like Trump or not, if it's a chance for them to show up and say, here's against the system vote, they will show up on election day.
All right. Thanks for the call, Kevin. Lamont in Country Club Hills.
Hello, Dan and Amy.
Hello.
I am African-American voter, Democrat. Been voting Democrat all my life. I've decided to give Donald Trump a chance.
Wow.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Our communities, like you just got to sing, are hurting bad. And we're hurting bad in our communities. We're suffering. It's mayhem every day. I worry about my grandkids. And I don't know if they're going to go out here and one day and be shot. I worry every single day. And we're suffering with our schools. We're suffering with everything. So I heard Donald Trump. I decided, I did listen to him. I said, why the hell not? Give him a chance, because we need help bad, and we need some changes in our community. And if he could do some of the things he's talking about doing as president, we will benefit so much. And because I hurt every day. When I hurt, I see the pain, I see the anguish in our community, and I hurt every day. I said, what can I do? What can I do? Ask myself. So I said, only thing I have is my vote, and I will be voting for Donald J. Trump on November 8th. And maybe, I don't know if he thought about this, but some of his stuff he's talking about, I don't know if he's giving out, trying to get commercials on black radio. Maybe it's one thing he should try to reach more of us because we need help. And the Democratic community has been taking our vote for granted for so many years. Over the years, there's nothing changed. It's the same old thing. Every 4 years, the same old thing. So maybe, Dan, when you talk to some Trump's people, that you tell him to maybe advertise on Black Talk Radio for the last week and a half to try to reach more, because his message is a resonating message to me. Because I'm willing to try anything, because at this point I am somewhat desperate for change. And so I will be voting for Donald J. Trump on November 8th. I just want to say that.
Lamont, thanks so much for the call. Appreciate that. That's very interesting. And I'll, I don't know if the sales department will like me flacking for black radio in terms of ad sales.
Okay.
But, we'll split it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get the Trump people to split it up a little bit. Hey, Ziff in Hyde Park.
See, Dan and Jamie, good morning to both of y'all. Amy asked if I was a real person, Ziff, one time, once I called in.
Well, I love your name, Ziff.
What was it, Amy?
I love your name. You're the only Ziff I know.
Let me tell you where my name came. My mom had 18 children. I was the last of 18, and the doctor's name was Edward Ziff. She said, "Doctor, I'm naming him after you."
Because she ran out of names. And after 17, you run out of names, Ziff.
Listen, Dan and Jamie, all he has to do is reach to the black community. We're just sitting around. The Democrats hasn't put no literature out to blacks, and the Republicans hasn't, because the Democrats are taking us for granted. Dan, I'm going to tell you my secret, and I'm going to leave it alone. And if God bless me to go to New York, I'm going to go to New York and propose this to the Trump people.
Okay.
Dan, forgive me, guys. There's a group of people out here who have been neglected by the world, and they are ex-offenders. We don't have a Discovery card. We don't have an American Express card, but we have a voter registration card. And because this country and this world have done ex-offenders in this country so long, we're waiting on the opportunity, and it's here for us right now. Screw the Democratic Party. If ex-offenders around this country, those cities and states that can vote, will go out and pull it for Donald Trump one time, make this statement. There's an ex-offender in every house. And the only thing an ex-offender can get, I came home in 1976. I was a high schooler getting ready to go to college. I did something wrong, went away for 2 years, 6 months, and for 30 years, I've helped the Democratic candidates, Dorothy Brown and all of them, and I've got nothing. And if I've done all that and got nothing, just think about the normal person.
You should have married Jen. You should
around this country pull for Donald Trump. The only thing the next convict can get in this country is his old jail cell. But we're going to pull for Donald Trump, and we're going to change this country.
Ziff, it's a fair point. Did you think about marrying Jan Schakowsky? Because that worked out well for ex-convict Bob Kramer.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Jeff, Vietnam vet, recently discharged from a Chapter 13 bankruptcy, stopped into his bank before calling me. Bad move. The bank's supposed mortgage expert told Jeff he'd have to wait 1 year after a Chapter 13 discharge to secure a VA loan. Wrong. I informed Jeff he could secure a VA loan 1 day after his Chapter 13 discharge, and then introduced him to one of my preferred realtors, Kate Waddell, who's helping Jeff locate a home. If you're a veteran who would like to work with a lender that respects and values your service to our country, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Ladies, you work hard. Whether you're a stay-at-home mom, work outside the home, or both, your sacrifices may have affected your appearance.
Well, I have some great news. I'm excited to tell you about Bert and Will Plastic Surgery and Laser Center. Childbearing, breastfeeding, weight gain, weight loss, or just normal aging, I know, can affect our appearance. Unfortunately, dieting and exercise aren't always enough. Dr. Bert offers the Mommy Makeover. It includes a tummy tuck, breast augmentation with the new memory shape implants. Dr. Will specializes in Botox, neck lifts, and facial procedures. You can uncover the beauty within. Doctors Bert and Will are female board-certified plastic surgeons. Curious? Well, I met them and I love them. You'll receive a free consultation at any of their Chicagoland offices or register for an upcoming seminar. Call 630-930-3555 or visit uncovermybeauty.com. 630-930-3555 or uncovermybeauty.com.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump in under budget and ahead of schedule at 6:06.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Aroldis Chapman gets the final outs. Cubs have a World Series victory over Cleveland in Game 2. Chicago police ramping up security for the World Series. Cook County to raise the minimum wage to $13 an hour. Chicago firefighter this morning is okay despite falling through a staircase. A teen accused of threatening a suburban high school will stay in custody, and the Bulls open up the NBA regular season tonight with a clash with the Celtics. Clouds in your forecast with a high of 53. Full forecast after Fox, WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump calls it
a new deal for Black America.
Saying Democrats have failed to help as promised. Trump says his plan involves
safe communities, great education, and high-paying jobs.
But in a new Fox poll, Trump only gets 5% support among likely black voters as Hillary Clinton says he's the poster boy for what's wrong with the economy. Now, that poll shows a closer race overall. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Hillary Clinton is now leading Donald Trump by 3 points, 44 to 41% in the latest Fox poll. In the same poll a week ago, Clinton was leading by 6 points. The week before, she was up by 7. Trump is getting a boost from independents who back him over Clinton by 13 points. The economy, a big issue for voters, and Clinton touted her plans in battleground Florida.
More jobs with rising incomes. Vote to make the economy fairer.
The poll shows more likely voters think Trump will do a better job than Clinton when it comes to the economy. A third of Republicans say if Trump loses, they won't believe Clinton won fair and square. Dave.
Rachel, other polls show a close race, though an AP GFK survey gives Clinton a 14-point lead. Trump will rally across Ohio today. Clinton will be in North Carolina. 2 more aftershocks have rattled a region of Italy rocked by 2 earthquakes. 2 months after a quake killed nearly 300 people.
It was a cold night for over 1,000 displaced after Wednesday's quakes in central Italy, but fortunately few injured. Residents in the mountain towns of Viso and Usita had left their homes after the first quake of 5.4 magnitude last night around 7 p.m., so were safe when the second stronger quake hit 2 hours later.
Fox's Courtney Walsh in Rome. The World Series is now tied up.
Schwarber with another base hit. Cubs up 4-0.
The Cubs beat the Indians 5-1 in Cleveland on Fox. The series now shifts to Chicago's famed Wrigley Field. Game 3 is tomorrow night. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 48 degrees. 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Aroldis Chapman nails it down. Cubs, a 5-1 victory over the Indians. It ties the World Series at a game each. Game 3 now Friday night when the series returns to Wrigley for the first time since 1945. Kyle Hendricks against Josh Tomlin. City of Chicago announcing security plans for the World Series. Police say they'll set up security checkpoints, and they plan enhanced street closures and parking restrictions.
If you don't have a ticket to the event, we encourage you to gather with friends, order some food, and celebrate at home in your neighborhood, as traffic will be very heavy around Wrigleyville.
Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. Cook County Board approves a gradual raise in the minimum wage to $13 an hour. AM 560's David Stewart adds it all up.
The ordinance requires businesses in the county to raise the minimum to $10 in July, then by $1 a year until it hits $13 in 2020. Board President Tony Preckwinkle called it the right thing to do.
Let's get real. Who can live on $8.25 an hour? And why would we relegate entire categories of workers to a wage structure that's below the poverty level?
The move parallels the Chicago City Council's vote early this year to get to $13 by 2019. Suburbs with home rule authority, though, could opt out of the county's ordinance. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A DuPage County judge is refusing to allow a 16-year-old accused of threatening to shoot up his high school to return home to await trial. The boy will stay in juvenile custody until his next court date, November 4. The judge wants additional psychological assessment and testing of the Hinsdale South Junior. Some who want to reduce the number of bobcats killed in the state of Illinois have applied for hunting permits with no intention of using them. Tribune says among many are an ecologist from Chicago who says she is the only person in her group of 30 or so like-minded friends who obtained a permit. While the woman says hunting does play an important role in conservation, she's not seen any scientifically based research that shows the need to hunt bobcats. Chicago beat Cleveland 5-1. Jake Arrieta back in 2015 form. NBA tonight, Boston and the Celtics will come to Chicago, a 7 p.m. tip-off time. The news, a service of Target. Here's a scary good Target deal. Just in time for Halloween through the 31st. Get $2 off when you buy 2 14-ounce bags of candy. Get the coupon at your local Target store. Restrictions may apply. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes it's time to compromise.
So you can't align yourself with people who have some odious aspects to their personal life. This is the rule now from the right. One of the reasons that they win and we don't. They align themselves with anybody and march on in the crushing of America as America. but you will do it in good conscience.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Gentlemen, there's a revolution brewing. At a small office in New York City, a group of dedicated individuals wants you to stop overpaying for razors. Their name? Harry's. Their motto? Shaving your face shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Harry's makes super sharp, high-quality blades at their German factory. People have been making blades there for 100 years, so they're really good at it. Their blades are sold online, direct to you. No middleman, no upcharging. So you get blades, shave cream, and more delivered to your door. And a clean, comfortable shave for a fraction of what you'd pay at the drugstore for other 5-blade razors. Still not sure? Here are real customer testimonials.
Everyone in the house uses Harry's razors. The shave is amazing.
Best razors I've ever used.
I've already recommended it to several people.
Go to harrys.com right now, and Harry's will send you a razor with one of their quality blades and shave gel for free when you sign up. Just cover shipping. And just for radio customers, you'll get our post-shave balm free with your order when you enter code 3535 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 3535 at checkout to claim your offer.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. AM 560's Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Lyons and Forest View, Harlem Avenue remains closed from north of the Stevenson to 47th due to a crash. There's one on northbound LaGrange Road near the Tri-State in the right lane. Kennedy Expressway, 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. Eden's still fine. The Eisenhower's 35 minutes Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson runs 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Heavier in the Express. There's a crash at 35th in the 2 left lanes. I-57, 23 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 428. Reagan Tollway heavy approaching the Eisenhower. And traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink, toner, and printers. The redesigned lightning-fast HP Office Jet Pro is now at Staples. You can save up to $100. For limited time, see store staples.com for details. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Staples. Make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Ashley Benoit.
Cloudy this morning, then intervals of clouds and sunshine this afternoon, high 53. Patchy clouds tonight, low 39. Windy tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 66. Breezy Saturday with times of sun and clouds, a high of 70. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
48 at O'Hare, 50 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Schwarber with another base hit. Comes up 4-0 here in the 5th inning.
85% of people buying insurance on these exchanges get subsidies. And for those people, this premium increase doesn't affect them.
Today I want to talk about how to grow the African American middle class and to provide a new deal for Black America.
Black people who have been quiet and afraid to speak up are going to speak up louder than ever in that voting booth on November 8th. They're going to vote Trump.
And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I have to tell you that
Hi.
Michael Moore... Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for coming to work.
Thanks for having me.
You're still on Cubs high
Yes,
from last
I am.
night. I
Tying up
understand.
the series. It was a beautiful thing. And that Kyle Schwarber, I mean, really.
Yeah.
He
so
came in
so
at the-
nice. You were such a strong proponent of him being added to the World Series roster.
Yeah. So, now that they're home, though, he can't be a DH, right? Designated hitter.
Yes, I know
Okay,
what
no,
DH
I'm just-
stands for. Thank you.
No, but that's right. Now
Baseball Corner with Amy Jacobson. I'll take your questions on baseball. Anything?
ERA is the Equal Rights Amendment, right?
The intricacies of the game, strategy, she knows it all. Stats, matchups.
Pitch counts.
What do you want to know?
Batting averages, really.
Straight from Elias Sports Bureau. We got Amy Jacobson
they have
in
a little
studio.
bit of a conundrum because now he can't be a designated hitter. He actually has to field.
Yeah, well, you can hide him in.
Oh, okay.
You can hide him in left
Just
field.
pretend he didn't have a surgery on his knee or anything. Just, don't trip on the turf. Anyway, back to real news.
Yeah, well, I
happenings.
just find this Michael Moore audio that's gone viral over the last 24 hours. It's remarkable. Trump should take it and spend. He says he spent $100 million of his own money on the race. He should spend another $100 million to blanket the airwaves with that Michael Moore audio over the next 12 days in the dozen to 15 battleground states. I'm not even kidding. I mean, I'm kidding about the $100 million, but I'm not kidding about taking that and reprising it. It is exactly the rationale for the Trump campaign. And, I despise Michael Moore. I think he's a leftist hack agitprop artist.
But he sounds like he's turned into a surrogate for Donald Trump.
Well, and the quality of the message, the profanity notwithstanding, that he offered in promotion of his movie, Michael Moore in Trumpland, which I'm happy to promote considering what he offered, it is actually quite good. So you've got the combination there. And it's so interesting because this goes yesterday, and then you have these two old ladies, Chris Matthew and Joe Biden, talking about, in my day, the left had a gut connection to the white working class. What happened to that? Listen to these two, waxing nostalgic about Bobby Kennedy and
oh my gosh,
that
really?
era, and what happened? Scranton Joe's got the answer.
Bobby Kennedy, when he died, and you love the guy, his train's coming down through Jersey and Pennsylvania to Washington. And you see white guys, a white guy with dirty face, he's a working guy with his kids with dirty face, saluting.
That's right.
We've lost that gut connection, I think, with the working people out there. We have black support, the Democrats do, the liberals do, but this is gone, this salute to the Democratic Party. How do you get that back? You can do it, I think.
Because you have to talk to them. You have to engage with them. You have to go and let them know that you understand their anxieties.
Biden is a goof, and Matthews is just a leftist hack. They know exactly what they've done, and they know what the Democrat Party has done. Joe Biden, he's been the vice president for the last 8 years and a senator for 30 before that.
Yeah.
Oh, you could do it, Joe. Hey, Joe, get in there. You could do it. No, Lenny and George, you two nitwits couldn't do it. And here's why.
Why?
Because the Democrat Party purposely jettisoned white working class, and I hate that description, but that's how they term it. So I'll use their terminology because I don't believe in a class system because America is not a caste society. Your class is not your destiny, or your income level at a period in time is not your destiny. But that's what they use. White working class. Obama, we don't need you. We don't need you. Here's the plan. And this is Rusty Reno's piece that we've talked about intermittently on this show. Had Rusty Reno from First Things on the show. And he also writes over at National Review. Solidarity and marginality. And, the white working class family living in the Rust Belt is not marginalized in their minds. They're not the entitled marginalized on a college campus. They're, and they're white, so they have to check their privilege at the door, just like everybody else who's, not part of the solidarity and marginality. That's the play. Obama's coalition, his 50% plus one coalition, we can afford to get rid of them. Clinging to their guns and religion, you'll recall. That was 2008. Clinging to their guns and religion. That was the first shot across the bow. And it's fast forward to today and this election cycle, and it's deplorables. They're saying the same thing about the same people. Why is C.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, why did that become a surprise bestseller this cycle? Because he's because he comes from Appalachia, so he knows of what he speaks, and he is tapping into a real disaffection among people who know they have been cast aside. And, these are people who affiliated with the left for a long time, and so they're a little bit uneasy about Republicans, particularly because of the caricature they understand Republicans to be, because of the left's institutional infrastructure to advance that caricature, academia, media, in entertainment, Hollywood, and the like. But they know it. And so the question is, can the GOP do a little bit of better job of red rovering those people over? And, Donald Trump has been effective when he's been focused on that. And when he hasn't been focused on it, he's lost ground. And so can he maintain enough focus for the next 12 days to remind wide swaths of the disaffected, those who didn't turn out for Mitt Romney in 2012 in places like Ohio and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? Can he bring enough of them in to remind them of the revolt, and he is the vessel for that revolt, and further close the gap and ultimately Brexit this thing, ultimately come from behind in the last 12 days and win this thing outright? That's the question. And it's interesting because he's got that challenge. Meanwhile, he's running this separate parallel track of direct appeal to black voters. We mentioned his speech in Charlotte where he offered the New Deal for black families. And it's interesting to be focusing on black families in a swing state like North Carolina. And then he had a surrogate on with Bret Baier, our friend Bret Baier yesterday, Brunel Donald Kai, who suggested that, despite that Fox poll that has him only down 3, but only generating 5% of support from black families, he's going to do much better than that.
I'm going to tell you, there's backlash when you say, hey, I'm a Trump supporter and I'm black. So what I suspect is going to happen is on November 8th, black people who have been quiet and afraid to speak up are going to speak up louder than ever in that voting booth on November 8th. They're going to vote Trump, and then they may vote for Democrats straight down the ticket. But there are a lot of black people who are contacting me. They're afraid to speak up, but you'll definitely see on November 8th that it is greater than 6%, more like 16% to 25% black vote.
You really think he's going to get 16 to 25% of the black vote?
No, I don't.
That's
but
high hopes.
What Brunel is doing there, who's the Trump campaign's vice chair of diversity, here's what I think she's doing. And I think this is something to remember. Even if it's an exaggeration, even if it's a hope, you can't give in to the fatalism. We've talked about this on the show before, but it bears repeating at this time with just a couple of weeks to go before the election. What the status quo and what the left wants you to believe is that you're not in control of your destiny and you can't change your life for the better. Because as the longshoreman turned philosopher Eric Hoffer described in The Theory of Mass Movements, people need to believe they're in control of their lives and they can improve them for the better in order to make a change. And if you don't believe those two things, you're likely to default to the status quo because you think, well, things could get worse and it's not my decision. And so I'll just kind of go with what we have. That is a good description of Illinois. And that's the impulse that the Clinton campaign has to promulgate, particularly among their solidarity and marginality coalitions, in order to get people to default to the status quo for another 4 years. So it's very interesting what she's doing. I don't know if it's purposeful, but that note of optimism. And it's in the Michael Moore piece as well, that, a rich guy has the same amount of votes as a poor guy who's been...
It's the day we're all equal. I mean, it doesn't matter about your social economic background. We all have the power, and it's your civic duty to vote. And all of us who've been complaining, that's the day where our voices are heard.
Right, but and more so than even your civic duty, though, that it's your opportunity. That it does matter, that you are in control, and that you can change things, and that starts with what you do in not just the presidential election, but elections up and down the ballot. It's interesting. It's an important point that isn't emphasized enough because it's easy just to be cynical and jaded and rationalize lack of participation or bad outcomes in your life as, they're all the same and they're all screwing us and this and that. Kent in Lincoln Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, about Biden and Chris Matthews. Their view of the federal government is it's a piggy bank. It's not a economic tool to make people's lives better. So yeah, I think in that aspect, I think they're dumb and they really don't get it. As for Michael Moore, he's partially right. 40% of the electorate that put Donald Trump to where he's at. I believe that in essence, what he said is true. They wanted it to not burn down the system. They wanted somebody who would basically follow through with changing the system for the better. I don't think only black people in this country have been left behind, although to a greater degree they have. I think the white middle class has been totally screwed by the Democrats also. And having said that, this is the reason why Donald Trump is doing as well as he is, because instead of folding like Mitt Romney and John McCain would have like a house of cards, Donald Trump stood up and, he's willing to fight because Donald Trump, he's a nationalist. He loves his country. And I don't, call me wrong if you want. I don't believe the Democrats do. I believe they love power and they want to form this country and everybody needs to get in line behind them. And if you don't do it, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution.
Well, thanks for the call, Ken. I don't go and get into the questioning people's patriotism, but I do look at what people do, and what they do on the left is always seek to consolidate power and exercise dominion over other people's lives. And I got a problem with that. Mike on the north side.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. First off, kudos to those two callers last hour from the African American community. They really stated good cases. The success I've had trying to convert African Americans at work to Trump was I didn't argue Democrats and Republicans. I argued Christianity and Jesus. If Jesus were alive today, would he agree with the Democrats? Just sleep around and kill the baby. I don't think so. If Jesus were alive today, would he be happy with Hillary's performance, laughing after she got a rapist off who raped and killed a 12-year-old girl unconscious? Would he be happy with that? No, he wouldn't. You're a lot closer to Jesus than I am, I say to these people. I says, when you see him at the heavenly gates, you're going to have to answer, is this who he wants to lead our country, the New Jerusalem? And most of the time they walk away. If they don't come right out and say they're going to vote for Trump, they say they don't trust Hillary.
All right. Thanks for the call, Mike.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Mike went a little biblical on us.
Yeah, I went all Old Testament.
Weather today, it's going to be cloudy this morning. Otherwise, sunshine by this afternoon. A nice fall, crisp day, a high of 53 degrees. Got that rain behind us. And for Friday, Game 3 of the World Series. It's going to be windy with some clouds and sun, a high of 66 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Any traffic around Wrigley yet? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, it's a little early. I think the Cub faithful are probably getting a little rest in before the big party plans this weekend. In Waukegan, we've got a closure of eastbound Sunset Avenue from Green Bay Road to Adelphi Avenue. That's due to a crash. And Lyons and Forest View, Harlem still shut down north of the Stevenson to 47th with a collision. Eden's got a 5-minute delay inbound Dempster to the junction. Outbound, it's fine. Kennedy, 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. The Eisenhower, looking at 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 35. Stevenson, 42 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Due to the backup approaching Harlem. The Ryan, 25 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State. Stop and go from 111th at the 83rd Street toll and heavy at 290. Adams Tollway slow from the Tri-State to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, it's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. 2 words, Door County. Take a few days off and escape to Wisconsin. Head up to the White Lace Inn. It's a gorgeous bed and breakfast in Sturgeon Bay. The White Lace Inn features 18 inviting guest rooms and suites in 4 elegant turn-of-the-century neighboring homes. Now, you can enjoy the gardens. Dan does. He likes to hang out on the gazebos and all of the glory that is Door County. It's a $300 gift certificate for only $150. And it can be applied to those overnight stays or items in their store. Hey, another fabulous getaway adventure? Purchase an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room. It's a 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies Yours for only $85 per couple. So check out all the deals only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlak, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlak has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlak is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlak for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by Citizens for Dan Patlak.
If you're serious about selling your home, now is the time. Supply is low and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. I've done the research, and along with my Salem Radio colleagues, Mike Gallagher and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. That demand helps sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, it's time for Amy's police beat tweet.
That's right. Well, when we were in Cleveland, I always hung out with the Cleveland police officers, so I started following them on Twitter.
I know, they kept telling me to, could you take her somewhere? Could you?
Stop. No, they're nice. They always helped me to my car because, I had the cane back then, and they're so sweet.
Sure.
I walked with them every morning after the show back to my car. We chatted. So I'm following them on Twitter, and after Game 1 of the World Series, they put out a missing persons report for Chicago Cubs offense. Seems that we were missing from Game 1.
All right, so
but now,
we need to get Cleveland police officers need a better PIO who can offer better quips for them to tweet.
They put that missing persons report filed for @Cubs offense, and then it says rally together, go Tribe. But guess what? They found the offense last night.
Yeah.
And guess what? Cleveland police were pretty silent on Twitter then after that.
On a related note,
how
about this? Gallup survey asking Americans if they respect the police. Because for the last 2 years, Black Lives Matter and the media amplification of Black Lives Matter and the Department of Justice issuing these reports about how every urban police department is systemically racist with 76% of Americans say they have a great deal of respect for police. That's up from 64% in 2015. Another 17% say they have some respect for local cops. Only 7% surveyed said they have hardly any. 7%. Now, it's worth noting the African-American population in this country is about 12, 13%.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just whites, if we're going to play the race card game, which I hate, but just to, address the Black Lives Matter argument. Support surging among non-whites, 67% of whom say they have great respect for the police in their area. 67% of non-whites, 2/3. So, boy, maybe, again, don't be fooled by always what you see on the TV screen, the Alinsky tactic of leftists, including those that work in the D.C. press corps, of making the majority, or the overwhelming majority in this case, feel like they're the minority. The overwhelming majority, a supermajority of Americans, understand. The Department of Justice, D.C. press corps doesn't.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
a rare public appearance and a wide-ranging conversation with Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. He's not good enough for the Smithsonian Institute on African American History in this country, but he's good enough for Chicago's Morning Answer at 6:36.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Cloudy and 48 degrees. Cubs complete a 5-1 victory over Cleveland. The World Series effort is now at 1 game each. Thanks, according to Cubs manager Joe Maddon, to a great outing from Jake Arrieta.
Overall, I mean, he had great stuff. His command a little bit scattered at times, but he kept battling through, didn't give up any hits. Finally, was it like 96 or 98 pitches by the time I took him out? I think a lot of it, he just had a hard time gripping the baseball.
Game 3 Friday night when the World Series returns to Wrigley Field. Donald Trump looking to win over African-American voters before Election Day, campaigning in Charlotte, North Carolina.
African-American citizens have sacrificed so much for our nation. They've fought and died in every war since the Revolution, and from the pews and the picket lines, they've lifted up the conscience of our country.
Hillary Clinton cheering numbers of people taking part in early voting around the U.S.
More than 10 million people have already voted, including 2 million right here in Florida.
Millions of votes have already been cast in the presidential election. They show, according to most surveys, that Hillary Clinton has a slight advantage in some critical background states like Florida and North Carolina. Those are must-win states for Donald Trump. Bulldozers at this moment demolishing a makeshift migrant camp in the French port city of Calais, one day after authorities declared it empty. That sprawling temporary home had been put up by immigrants trying to get to Britain. A grand jury hands down an indictment of a suburban Chicago man for allegedly trying to kill 2 officers from the Drug Enforcement Administration task force during an undercover sting in Joliet in August. And a firefighter is okay, in spite of falling through a staircase while battling a blaze on Chicago's south side inside a home near 69th and Paulina. NBA tonight, Boston and the Bulls, and the news is a service of Target. Here's a scary good deal just in time for Halloween. Through the 31st, get $2 off when you buy 2 14-ounce bags of candy. Get the coupon at your local Target store. Restrictions may apply. 6:34 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity gives you a free lesson on the economy.
Corporations do not pay taxes. Well, what do you mean, Hannity? They got to pay something. Everyone's going to pay their fair share. When they build the product or they provide the service, and let's say the government taxes them at a high rate, what do you think they are going to do? They're going to pass the tax charges on to you.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. You've saved for retirement but aren't sure what to do with your savings. You need to make it work for you and make it last. The Alpha Wealth Group has cutting-edge programs designed to help you identify the challenges surrounding retirement. They'll help you create a clear picture and roadmap for your future, how to maintain your present standard of living and make your money last. So don't wait until you're left without options. Get answers you need in a free report, 5 Simple Steps to a Stress-Free Retirement. This invaluable report is from Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group here in Chicago. Tom is the host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays at 9 a.m. on AM 560 for the past 8 years, and has been featured in Fortune and on Fox Business. Are you ready to get serious about your retirement? Call the Alpha Wealth Group now for your free report, 5 Simple Steps to a Stress-Free Retirement, at 800-748-3185. That's 800-748-3185. Or visit alphawealthgroup.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
When I listen to Audible, I'm not on mile 2 of my early morning run. I'm out searching for clues in the abandoned toy factory near the cemetery. As I make my way down to the basement, I can't help but feel like I'm being followed. Did that doll just move?
Who's there? They're getting closer!
I should really get a treadmill.
Go to audible.com/actnow and your first download is free. Audible. Stories that surround you.
An important message from Medicare.
I found a better deal on prescriptions.
I found a new plan with lower costs. It's Medicare Open Enrollment. Have you compared plans yet? Who knows what you might find? Check out your options at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
You never know unless you go.
Medicare Open Enrollment, October 15th through December 7th. Brought to you by the Department of Health and Human Services.
6:37. Check of the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The northbound tri-state is really heavy this morning from Cicero Avenue to the 83rd Street Toll, and it's slow Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eden's inbound delays start at Gulf Road, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 21. Eastbound spur slow starting at Waukegan Road. Kennedy, 30 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 27. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound 35. Stevenson running 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 56 minutes. Traffic to Harlem backed up due to an earlier crash on Harlem. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown, and traffic at the service of Dania Furniture. Starting now, shop Dania Furniture's full bedroom sale. Save up to 30% on select bedroom furniture, mattresses, bedding, and sofa sleepers. Hundreds of items in stock and ready to deliver. Shop locations in Northbrook or Lombard and save during the Dania Furniture full bedroom sale. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds this morning, little sunshine this afternoon, high 53. 47 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Too shy. Hush, hush, I.
Yeah. Who sings
Depeche
it?
Mode.
Wrong.
Oh, who sings it? Oh, that guy. That looks like a girl.
That's a lot. That's most of the bands in the 80s.
That's right. That's why they had the hair.
Kaja Gugu.
Kaja Gugu?
Kaja Gugu.
Gugu.
Yeah.
What was the guy with the, not George Michael, the guy with the long hair, pointy nose, he always wore hats. British.
Alice Cooper.
No. Oh, no, it's bothering me.
Boy George.
Yes, Boy George.
Oh.
Kaja Gugu? What?
All right, enough. You've demonstrated your ineptitude in naming 80s bands. We don't have to belabor the point. I was just reading this interesting piece, Amy. You might want to check it out. I know you're an urban sophisticate, so you don't read suburban periodicals because
I don't.
They're beneath you. But there's an interesting interview. This was fascinating individual. Without suburbs, GOP will never regain majority in Illinois. Wheaton native Dan Proft.
Keep
a
going.
wide-ranging interview on the topic. I
right, what-
think you may want to check that out in the Daily Herald today. Yeah. I mean, that's just for I don't want to.
Oh, look at your little picture over there.
Yeah.
You're so cute.
I don't want to.
I used to deliver the Daily Herald. Literally, I would put tie them together, put the rubber bands around them, and throw them.
You were a newspaper
girl.
For that was like ages like 34 to 37. What years did
On my
you do
bike.
that?
No, when I was a kid, it was a teenager.
Really?
Yeah.
How long did you last as a newspaper delivery girl?
About a year.
Yeah. And then what happened?
And then I went to the convenience store and started filling in at the convenience store. And then I got a work permit when I was 15, and I worked at Diamond Dave's at Randhurst Mall. Sir, what would you like in your burrito?
Wow, you still got it. I mean, that was
Welcome to
seamless.
Diamond Dave's. Well, what would you care to like? What do you want to eat?
What would you care to like?
What would you care to
You're a
eat?
little rusty.
I am. I
like
forget the
Schwarber.
lines. Yeah.
You need a game to warm up. That's good, though. All right, well, that's good.
But so that's in today's Daily Herald.
Yeah, you want to check that out. Share that with your friends. I'm
And
sure
what's
they'll
the
enjoy
title
it.
of the article?
It's just,
Dan Proft is great.
That's the subtitle.
Oh, okay.
That's implied.
Wait,
It's
did you write the article too?
No, I was in an interview with Carrie Lester just on Illinois politics.
Oh, good.
Something you won't get on any show but ours. Clarence Thomas, rare public appearance, and the format also interesting. He was at the Heritage Foundation.
Oh.
This is their a distinguished lecture series they do, and it was an interview format. And the reason I want to review some of what Justice Thomas had to say and also present some clips from him, since the Heritage Foundation was good enough to post the interview as well, is because, again, I want people to hear Clarence Thomas, and they don't often, who the real Clarence Thomas is, not the cartoonish caricature of him from the D.C. press corps and the unhinged left. He's not this brooding, quiet Clarence. He's actually a really affable, funny, interesting, intelligent, thoughtful guy. I actually had the opportunity about, this has got to be almost a decade ago, when his autobiography, My Grandfather's Son, I think that was the title. I think it was My Grandfather's Son. It was a good, quick read. When he was doing a book tour on it, he would give talks. He gave one in Chicago. And that's kind of was first opened my eyes, because I don't think I had heard much from Clarence Thomas since the Star Chamber confirmation proceeding that he went through to be elevated to the Supreme Court in the first place. But Clarence Thomas talking about Scalia in a pertinent part during the interview. And I guess before we even get there, this is a great clip. He does annual trips to Gettysburg. And so the question was about doing the trips, and he had thought about not doing the trips after a while, but then, but back by popular demand kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But listen to this exchange about the importance of his trips to Gettysburg and the importance of Gettysburg in the context of American history and the Civil War.
And you can contemplate, I suppose, about how our country would have gone in a completely different direction.
Well, yeah, if
That
we'd
turned out
lost. I mean, if
differently.
Lee had won, that'd have been a problem.
That's right.
It'd have been more of a problem for me than you.
That's probably so.
Yeah. See, I just want you to hear Clarence Thomas, the real Clarence Thomas, not because you just don't get an opportunity to hear him. And this against the backdrop of the disgraceful treatment of Clarence Thomas by the Smithsonian. I mentioned it before the news, not including him. What was the number again? They've got 1,000 profiles. Oh, 100,000 profiles. 100,000 profiles of African Americans in the Smithsonian Institute of African American History. Clarence Thomas didn't make the cut.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's laughable. It just undermines their credibility. I mean, it's much more of a commentary on them than it is Clarence Thomas, but nevertheless. So then he reflected on his relationship with Scalia, which is also somewhat misunderstood. And here's a short story he told about Scalia and the opera, since the idea of Scalia going to the opera with Ginsburg has gotten so much play, has been so overblown.
But when I got to the court, Justice Scalia made it a point. He has this reputation of being the sort of tough, sort of, I think unfairly treated as being aggressive in some ways. I never found that side. We might disagree on something, but it was always very, very warm and very cordial. It's also enormously respectful. From the first days I was there to the last days. Our relationship was not one. I mean, I didn't go to the Kennedy Center to see operas with him. And I used to kid him about that. I said, Nino, I like opera. I just don't want to be around the people who like opera.
Awesome. That's awesome. And I'm in that camp too. I like opera. You go to the opera, go to the Chicago Lyric Opera.
Yeah.
And
I've been. I know where it is.
Great performances routinely. I go to a couple every season. I love it. But in terms of the people that are there, these effete, sissified,
I hope they're listening.
Pseudo-intellectuals. There's so many of them, and I know many of them. Yeah. Clarence Thomas is exactly right. I don't want to hang around with them either. I just want to see their show and get out of there. So I totally get it.
I hope they're listening, so the next time they see you at a show, they're like, hey, thanks a lot for what you said about me on the radio.
And then I'll tell those sissies, you want to take it outside? Thank me out there. Yeah.
I'll meet you behind the barn.
Wrap that
or
cummerbund around your neck. Thomas also talked about the hunting trips. Right, because Scalia was on a hunting trip when he passed away.
Yeah, in Martha, Texas.
Yeah, and the idea that why did you ever go hunting with him? And just Scalia's interest in hunting and whether Thomas shared it.
And he always thought it was really odd that I was from the South but wouldn't go hunting. And I thought it was really odd that he was from New York and New Jersey and he went hunting. But he would try to talk me into that, and I told him there was no good comes from being in the woods.
It's good. And he talked then less kidding. He talked about the trust he had with Scalia, the trust relationship they had.
But I trusted him, and we trusted each other. Even when we disagreed, if I told him I didn't agree with him, he trusted that I didn't agree with him. If he was on the other side and he had an edit, he'd call me up, and he had a concern. I trusted him. And I didn't have to look for where he was. I didn't have to talk to him. We almost never talked about cases before we voted. It was very rare. But we would almost invariably, for slightly different reasons, wind up on the same side.
It's an important point he makes, because one of the other erroneous stories about Thomas is that he just looks for the nod from Scalia where to be, because he doesn't ask questions very much in oral hearings and the like, that he's not thinking for himself. Big lie. And he talked about a number of instances where there were disagreements and they were rather colorful. But that's important. I mean, understanding the relationship he had with Scalia, but then also understanding all aspects of it. I guess I should say that Clarence Thomas is his own man, and the left wants you to believe that he isn't. And here's how Clarence Thomas conceives of doing his job at the Supreme Court. This is kind of important with the vacancy, the seat that Scalia held, isn't it? Think about this, and if we'll hear this at the confirmation hearing of the next Supreme Court justice, and I suppose that will depend a lot on who the next president is.
Some years ago, a court that I really enjoyed being on was the one that was when the composition that was together for over 11 years with Justice Souter and O'Connor and Stevens. We were together a long time. And one of the things that one of my colleagues with whom I rarely agreed said, Clarence, you are consistent. And I think that is, whether you're baseball or a referee in basketball, call it the same way. Just call it the same way for both sides, and you can live with that.
Mm-hmm. And you know how he can be consistent? Because he has principles that and legal principles that are rooted in the founding documents of this country, and he abides those. That's how he can be consistent. Perhaps instructive. Ralph and Rantoul.
There, good morning, Dan. All those things, by the way, I enjoy hearing him talk. You do rarely hear him talk. And like you were saying, all of these things people don't know about Clarence. Another thing that they don't know about Clarence that they'll learn, in fact, if they read My Grandfather's Son, is that he was accepted to Harvard Law and thought that he would fit in better at Yale, and called Harvard Law and said, look, give that spot in your fall class to somebody else. I think the phone fell on the floor and rattled around. They weren't used to people declining Harvard Law. And then he did go on to Yale Law, did very well, as we all know. But later on, he found out, and you'll have to read his book, people out there who care, that he became a hater of affirmative action, which perhaps is why he's so not liked around all the Dems puppets that are puppet masters, because he speaks out against affirmative actions and believes that was, in fact, one of the reasons why he was accepted to Yale, not his absolutely stellar scores and his scholarship. And for years after he graduated the Yale Law, refused to even display his Yale Law diploma on his office wall and kept it in a closet with a cigar, with a candy cigar price tag sticker stuck on the frame.
Yeah, it's like me with my Northwestern degree.
As far as Scalia and things like that go, I mean, Clarence Thomas, when I teach econ to people, I say, look, you, especially my young black friends who are in my classes, you want to learn something about independent thinking, scholarship, and hard work? Yeah, I'm trying to, knuckle some econ into your skulls and your mushy brains. Why don't you go read this from one of your guys that right now you probably don't know much about, and learn something about economy from economics from a guy like Clarence Thomas. And maybe you'll develop a little bit of character yourself.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Or how about a Walter Williams who will be with us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour? That'd be another good one. And if you want to watch the entire interview with Clarence Thomas, it's at thedailysignal.com. It's about an hour long, and it's worth the watch.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Corporate earnings generating headlines. New home sales are higher. Gender pay gap a long way from being closed. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
The Commerce Department reports new home sales grew 3.1% last month. Low interest rates and a healthy job market continue to bolster demand for new homes, even as the number of available properties diminishes. In corporate earnings, Coca-Cola says its profits fell 28%, but global volume rose 1%. Gains in North America, Asia, and Europe. Coke had net income of more than $1 billion. Higher costs and lower fares causing Southwest Airlines' third-quarter profits to plummet, down 34%. The Dallas-based airline also projecting weak revenue for the rest of this year. And the World Economic Forum predicting if current trends continue, it will take another 170 years for the gender pay gap to close. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I know a perfect holiday gift. Did you guess? Yes, it's MyPillow, and MyPillow will extend the money-back guarantee through March. Plus, if you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one and 2 additional Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of one. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of one with that extended money-back guarantee. It is the best offer ever. You know, the National Sleep Foundation made MyPillow their official pillow. I love it because it's washable to remove germs that cause allergies, acne, asthma, and you'll sleep better. I guarantee it. So visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of one, plus that extended full money back guarantee through March for your holiday gifts. or call 800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and be sure to use the promo code Amy. That's mypillow.com or 800-489-0201.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now at Feldco, get 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest until 2018. Replace your drafty old windows and say goodbye to those high heating bills once and for all. Hurry, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto, your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlack, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlack has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlack is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlack for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by citizens for Dan Patlack.
Are you facing foreclosure, been foreclosed upon, in a bad modification, or just stuck in a bad mortgage? Well, we may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. We defend foreclosure actions. We bring claims against the banks and the servicers for wrongful foreclosure and other violations of mortgage servicing regulations. And we help people negotiate modifications of their existing mortgages, often including principal reductions. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, and advice regarding your options.
Hi, this is Rayanne from Lou Bridges & Associates. I am one of the loan modification processors here, and if you are in need of any additional information in regard to a loan modification, please contact the office.
Go to bridgeslaw.net. or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 12 days before the election, the candidates keep sniping.
Donald Trump is the poster boy for everything wrong with our economy.
Hillary Clinton's campaign offers only the depressing pessimism that says this is as good as it gets.
Trump was in North Carolina unveiling what he calls a new deal for Black America.
Every African American citizen in this country is entitled to a government that puts their jobs, wages, and security first.
But a new Fox poll has him only getting 5% of the black vote. However, that poll has Clinton's lead over Trump down to just 3 points now that he has a 13-point edge with independents. Clinton still has a big lead among women and young voters. 67% of those surveyed find her untrustworthy. 62% question Trump's temperament. He'll rally in Ohio today. She'll go to North Carolina, where First Lady Michelle Obama will join her.
Mrs. Obama, likely the most popular Democratic surrogate this campaign cycle. Mrs. Obama has campaigned solo for Clinton in places like New Hampshire, trying to drive female voters. This time they will campaign together at Wake Forest University.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. Cubs fans have waited a long time for this. A win in the World Series. Fox's Jared Max live at Cleveland's Progressive Field.
Dave, 71 years since the Cubs had last won a World Series game, October 8th of 45. Last night here in Cleveland, Cubbies jumped out of the gate. They scored in the first inning, a double from Anthony Rizzo, didn't need much more offense. Starting pitcher Jake Arrieta lights out. Took a no-hitter into the sixth inning until Jason Kipnis of the Indians doubled with one out. The Cubs' Kyle Schwarber had a pair of RBI singles, Ben Zobrist an RBI triple. Final score 5-1 Cubs. Series even 1-1, no game tonight. Tomorrow the Cubs host Game 3 at Wrigley. Game 1 ratings on Fox 30% higher than last year's series opener. Dave?
Jared, a family that owns a farm in New Jersey has put up a $1,000 reward to find 4 thieves who stole nearly 200 pumpkins early Tuesday morning. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 48 degrees. We're at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Aroldis Chapman good. Cubs great. 5-1 victors over the Indians in the World Series, now tied at a game each. Cubs DH Kyle Schwarber says he's just happy to chip in after being sidelined since April.
I want to help this team get to the ultimate goal. That's why I did all of this, was for these guys in the clubhouse and for our organization. It wasn't for me. So, like I said, I just want to put in good team at bats every time I go to the plate and, take that result.
Chicago announcing security plans for World Series games 3, 4, and 5. There will be security checkpoints within a 2-block perimeter of Wrigley Field and enhanced security and street closures around the ballpark.
If you don't have a ticket to the event, we encourage you to gather with friends, order some food, and celebrate at home in your neighborhood, as traffic will be very heavy around Wrigleyville.
People who live near Wrigley Field who want to drive in the area should be prepared to show ID, a photo ID, and proof of an address. Cook County Board approving a gradual raise in the minimum wage to $13 an hour, starting in July of 2017 when the minimum wage bumps to $10 an hour. Authorities investigating a house fire in West suburban Geneva that killed a dog and injured a firefighter in the 700 block of Red Wing Drive. And a Chicago firefighter is okay despite falling through a staircase while battling a blaze on Chicago's south side near 69th and Paulina. NBA season breaks for the regular season tonight as Boston and the Bulls tip it off at 7 p.m. The news service of Target. Here's a scary good Target deal. Just in time for Halloween through the 31st. Get $2 off when you buy 2 14-ounce bags of candy. Get the coupon at your local Target store. Restrictions may apply. 7:04, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media has a duty and an obligation to cover this election fairly. Does it seem fair to you? Or do we see more coverage about the problems of one side than the problems for the other side? When the so-called journalists put their thumb on the scale and attempt to influence the most important election of our lifetime, it makes you wonder, what do we have to do to win? There's only one thing left to do. Make sure you and like-minded people go vote. It's the only way to stop them from tipping the scales. The host on this station will keep reminding you right till the end. AM 560, The Answer.
Gentlemen, there's a revolution brewing. At a small office in New York City, a group of dedicated individuals wants you to stop overpaying for razors. Their name? Harry's. Their motto? Shaving your face shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Harry's makes super sharp, high-quality blades at their German factory. People have been making blades there for 100 years, so they're really good at it. Their blades are sold online, direct to you. No middleman, no upcharging. So you get blades, shave cream, and more delivered to your door. And a clean, comfortable shave for a fraction of what you'd pay at the drugstore for other 5-blade razors. Still not sure? Here are real customer testimonials.
Everyone in the house uses Harry's razors. The shave is amazing.
Best razors I've ever used.
I've already recommended it to several people.
Go to harrys.com right now, and Harry's will send you a razor with one of their quality blades and shave gel for free when you sign up. Just cover shipping. And just for radio customers, you'll get our post-shave balm free with your order when you enter code 3535 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 3535 at checkout to claim your offer.
7:05. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. The latest on your commute with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Willow Springs, northbound LaGrange Road is jammed 87th at the Tri-State with a crash. In Addison, there's a collision on Lake Street at the Veterans Memorial Tollway. Eden's 29 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 39 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 41. Eisenhower's 53 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, 39 from Manheim, outbound 35 to Thorndale. Outbound Stevenson, it's 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 56 after a crash on Harlem Avenue. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, bumper to bumper, Cicero to the 83rd Street toll, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow, Higgins to Barrington Road, westbound Lee to Elmhurst Road after police activity on Elmhurst Road. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Cloudy this morning, then intervals of clouds and sunshine this afternoon, high 53. Patchy clouds tonight, low 39. Windy tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 66. Breezy Saturday with times of sun and clouds, a high of 70 degrees. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
Clouds and 48. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by M.J. Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at M.J. Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Schwarber with another base hit. Comes up 4-0 here in the fifth inning.
85% of people buying insurance on these exchanges get subsidies. And for those people, this premium increase doesn't affect them.
Today, I want to talk about how to grow the African American middle class and to provide a new deal for Black America.
Black people who have been quiet and afraid to speak up are going to speak up louder than ever in that voting booth on November 8th. They're going to vote Trump.
And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, it's very interesting what's happening as the polls tighten and why they perhaps are tightening. Trump getting back to the discussion of building things, opening the Trump International Hotel in D.C. yesterday with his family, ahead of schedule and under budget, as he said, making another appeal to black families in Charlotte, a new deal for black families, safety, quality schools, job opportunities, getting an assist from Michael Moore about the revolt of the so-called white working class.
Of all people, who saw that coming?
Bubbling below the surface. And also Obamacare.
And we have been treated, and this is not helping Hillary, not just the data on Obamacare in terms of the premium spikes and what people are experiencing ahead of the next enrollment period, which opens next week, but also we're being revisited by Zeke 75 and out Emanuel and that smarmy nitwit from MIT, Jonathan Gruber.
Oh, sorry, that's reserved for Robbie Mook.
No, you can use that for Gruber, too. He was on with Carol Costello on CNN yesterday. And listen to what this pointy head said about Obamacare. Are you ready for Gruber?
I'm ready.
I mean, we haven't seen him since he had to, supplicate himself before the nation and apologize for being a haughty, arrogant windbag with his denigration of the American people and their intelligence. Now he's denigrating our intelligence again, but in a different kind of way. Obamacare, no problem.
Look, once again, there's no sense in which this has to be fixed. The law's working as designed. However, it could work better.
Could work better. It's working as designed. It could work better. So just so you know, if you don't like Obamacare, it's working as intended. Just wanted you to know that. Also, this thing, the insurers leaving the marketplace. Listen to what he says.
Once again, I think the press here has been misleading. Some insurers are leaving, other insurers are thriving. I think what you have is a system where we've shaken up the status quo, exactly what we expect a new innovation, disruptive innovation, if you will, to do. Insurers who are thriving the old system are finding this new system sort of hard for them. Other insurers are doing really well, and what's going to happen is the natural process as the market evolves. These premiums are going to increase. That's going to allow profitable opportunities for new insurers to enter. They are and bring premiums back down. So we're just seeing the ups and downs of a new market.
No, I'm not an economist, but that's kind of funny.
Well, if you think it's funny, imagine how our next guest, how funny if it weren't so tragic, and our next guest, the preeminent economist, one of the preeminent economists in the country. Actually, he's in my top 3 favorite economists since Milton Friedman passed away. Him, Thomas Sowell, and his colleague actually at George Mason, Tyler Cohen. It's tough, It's tough to pick your favorite economist.
You don't have to choose one right now.
It's like picking your favorite movie. It's just very difficult. Yeah. But he is the omniscient Walter Williams. Professor Williams, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, good morning, Dan and Amy.
Morning. So Jonathan Gruber says what Obamacare is doing, you see, it's created a marketplace, and this is a disruptive innovation, this Obamacare. And so, you've got some companies leaving the marketplace that can't compete, and you'll have new companies come in, and then premiums ultimately decline because central planning is the same thing as a free market.
It's really incredible, and I'm embarrassed to admit that he is a fellow economist. And but however, what Obama promised, and what the Congress, United States Congress, and the Democratic members of the Congress, they promised that premiums would be cheaper, and if you like your doctor, you like your plan, you can keep them. It all turned out to be lies, and I'm very sure at the time of the program that was being formed, they all knew it was a lie, but they had to lie to the American people to get over on us.
Well, here's the other question I have, too, for Jonathan Gruber, but I'll ask it to him through you. If this is just a marketplace function that has to work itself out, competition and creative destruction and so forth, then why is the Obama administration trying to funnel $170 billion into these exchanges to bail out insurance companies if we have a competitive marketplace?
That is absolutely right. And if you were to ask Gruber that question, he just would not have an answer. That is, you ask him, well, would you be satisfied? Or ask anybody in the administration, would you be satisfied if Congress ended the subsidies to the insurance companies? And matter of fact, I think it's a dereliction of their duty of the United States Congress to continue to subsidize these companies. That is, Congress, according to the Constitution, it has the purse strings. It decides spending, what can be spent, and the congressmen and the Republican Congress at that, excuse me, they've been derelict in their responsibilities.
But if they knew it wasn't going to work, why would they lie to the American people? Why push their narrative? Why push the program?
Well, here's what some speculations say, that you're having this problem, this so-called problem of all the people being uninsured. I think they said 40 million Americans are uninsured. And so they knew that they would have some kind of program like this that would be a failure. And so after the Obamacare failed, then people would demand for a single-payer program like they have in England and in Canada.
Now, just switching.
That's what they want. They want the government. And for the American people to fall for this, qualifies as stupid. That is, the American people are asking, and so many congressmen are asking, they're asking, put our health care in charge of those people, of the same people who run the Veterans Administration hospitals. And that has been a disaster. And for the American people to say, that's a good idea. Let the government who runs the VA administration run all the hospitals.
Yeah, the good news is they're not getting this over on the American people. The American people just have to make sure this informs their votes, I suppose. You had an interesting piece, speaking of ignorance, and Jonathan Gruber, 17 to 20, and I remember this actually. I went to the Naval War College for a week-long seminar, their civilian seminar that they do in Newport, Rhode Island a couple of years ago, and I remember being jarred by this statistic then. The very small percentage of young people who actually qualify to enlist in the military, even if they want to. And you find, just reporting the data, that 3/4 of 17 to 24-year-olds, because of weak educational skills, a criminal incident in their background, and other infirmities, don't qualify to be enlisted men and women in the military, much less be productive in the digital economy, I suppose.
That is absolutely right, and that was a subject of my column this week called "Dumb American Youth," and it's even worse than that. That is, we find, the one study I point out in the study in this column that large percentages of American young people between 18 and 24 on a blank map, they cannot find New York and Ohio.
Oh my gosh!
And matter of fact, and some of these people become teachers. And some years ago, a lady wrote me that her elementary school teacher that teaches her children, they were saying that Alaska, the teacher was telling a student that Alaska is an island.
Oh my gosh!
Because you look on maps. It shows.
Oh, that's crazy.
It shows Alaska sitting out in the Pacific.
Oh, sure, right?
It's an island.
It's because it's not contiguous.
Well, and then we have all these campuses that are, banning free speech. You can't write the word Trump on the wall. And now at California State Chico, they have this new poster campaign that features athletes that say, "Don't say the N-word," which I understand that that's nasty. Yeah. Don't say gay, because being gay shouldn't be thought of as a negative connotation. And it goes on and on and on. Don't say "just kill me," because it's suicide, and suicide is not a joking matter and never will be. I mean, I thought universities were, incubators of intellectual thought, and now they're, stomping on their fundamental right to free speech.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And colleges are the administrators of colleges, including the presidents, the board of trustees. They are just grossly dishonest in the sense of admitting kids who do not belong in college. That is the American College Testing, the ACT. They say that only 30% of the people who take their tests are college ready. But on the other hand, colleges admit these students who are not college ready, and so 50% of freshmen coming to colleges have to have remedial English, remedial math, and then even if they take these remedial courses, they still aren't any good. But the colleges do that because they want to get in our pocketbooks. That is, the more warm bodies they have, the more money they can get from tuition, they can get from state legislatures, than they get from the government. That is, there's gross dishonesty in addition to all those things that you mentioned going on in college campuses.
As somebody who's been an academic for many decades now, how have you seen things evolve or devolve on a college campus compared today with 20, 30, 40 years ago?
Well, it's not very good. It's my colleagues and my colleagues in the economics department at George Mason University. They say that particularly the freshman classes, they say that the students are very, very poor. And one other thing that I find just really remarkable, that a large percentage of young people cannot write cursive. They have to.
Oh,
print.
I know.
I mean, that's
sad.
That's something that you can't write. You can't print as fast as you can write. And
My
they
kids had to
cannot
sign their
read cursive.
passports. Yeah, and they couldn't even sign their name because they don't offer that class in elementary school anymore.
That's absolutely right. And on this column. This column that I wrote last week, and by the way, for listeners, they can get it on WalterEWilliams.com. It was pointing out that the Fortune 500 companies, they spend $3 billion teaching people English, how to write a memo. And these are college graduates that they're hiring, and they have to teach them how to write a memo.
Yeah, it seems like the systems are all set up for the adults in them and the inertia behind the status quo in these from kind of pre-K through post-secondary, because you talk to community college or college presidents, and they're spending a lot of taxpayer money to educate freshmen in college with the skills, provide them with the skills, the education they should have learned in high school. It didn't happen in high school, so they have to spend money on remediation for freshmen and sophomores in college. Then they get onto the job market, and the expenditures on remediation just continues.
Yeah, and then on top of it, I think it should be these facts should dawn on people that, and they should do something about it. Is that these high schools in our country are issuing fraudulent diplomas. That is, they're issuing a high school graduation diploma to a kid, and the diploma attests that he can read and write and compute at the 12th grade level, when in fact many times he can't read and write and compute at the 9th grade level. That is utter fraud for the high school to issue a diploma to that person.
Right, and ultimately, who are these educational institutions defrauding? They're defrauding the students. They're defrauding the people that get the diploma or the degree and are not prepared to translate that into anything productive for their lives.
That is right. And then also, kids, not every kid is ready for college, and he cannot benefit from college. There are a lot of high school graduates, when they graduate from high school, if they would get a job or they get training in air conditioning and heating, they would make much more money than a person who gets a BA in English and a BA in psychology. That is, they would start, in some of these trades, they would do much better. An auto mechanic, these guys are getting $40 and $50 an hour.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Marco Rubio said back in the primary presidential debates. We need more welders and less philosophers. All right, he is Walter Williams, professor of economics at George Mason University, one of the greats. The blog, WalterEWilliams.com, for his productive musings. Professor Williams, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, we're going to have some clouds this morning, but some sunshine. Oh, yeah. By this afternoon, a high of 53 degrees. Tonight, a low in the upper 30s. And for Friday, for Game 3 of your World Series, it's going to be windy, but we're going to have some sun and clouds, no rain, and a nice high of 66 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Anything nice on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, southbound 355 is nice, Amy, but not northbound. It's a solid mess from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway after a crash on the ramp to westbound 88. The Edens is 29 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 42 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 44. The Eisenhower's a 53-minute drive. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 35. Stevenson, 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 56. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan's playing golf tomorrow, so be sure to set up your tee times because we're going to have a string of tee times. Hey, you've heard the name Turnkey IT for years on this station, and you know that they do something with IT for business. The truth is that Turnkey IT supports users, not simply computer devices. Now, the average consumer has just under 4 connected devices that they use daily, smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktops. And these devices connect to fitness devices, watches, thermostats, heck, even refrigerators. So the professionals at Turnkey IT help you connect all of them together so your company is as connected as you want it to be. Turnkey IT has a team of professionals who help users every day, just like you and me. From the simplest to the most complex systems, they make technology workable, usable, and reliable. So if you're tired of just settling for technology and you want to really make your technology work for you, visit our good friends at Turnkey.pro. Visit them today, Turnkey.pro, to see how simple and affordable it can be to get your tech world spinning. That's Turnkey.pro.
Join the Ayn Rand Institute at AM 560's Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Saturday, October 29th at the Westin in Itasca. Yaron Brook, Executive Director of ARI, will discuss his book, Equal is Unfair. This provocative new book was highlighted last year by co-author Don Watkins and has been eagerly anticipated. ARI fellow and former Institute of Justice attorney Steve Simpson discusses his new book, Defending Free Speech. The idea of free speech is under attack on college campuses and around the world. Find out why and how to defend it. Inside Freedom Summit's Media Rumble Roundtable, Yaron Brook will be alongside Dan Proft, Mike Gallagher, and Guy Benson as they talk about the big issues of this year's election. Then, at 3 p.m., come to the book signing with Yaron and Steve. And finally, at 4 p.m., you won't want to miss the live taping of the Yaron Brook Show with audience Q&A and gifts for all live taping attendees. Find out more at 560theanswer.com, keyword freedom. Join the Ayn Rand Institute at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so as I alluded to before we spoke with Professor Williams.
Yes.
One of my faves.
Yeah, your favy fave. Is he bumped up on the list now?
And then it's in the top 3. So, you know, it's just, it kind of varies. It's volatile. Sometimes
what are your top
Thomas
3
Sowell,
movies then?
Sometimes Walter Williams.
I know who your favorite economists are. What are your top 3?
Hoosiers is probably my favorite movie.
Well, yeah, because you're wearing the shirt today.
I'm Jimmy Chitwood.
That's right, always.
That was me.
Well, he was number 50, right? Jimmy Chitwood.
15.
Oh, excuse me, I meant 15.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, I'm only staring at your shirt, Jacobson.
Stop staring at me. Stop leering at me.
You're so hot, I can't stop looking at you.
I get that a lot. Mostly from 80-year-old women. Trump in D.C. to open Trump International with his daughter, Ivanka, and family. And here's what he had to say and how he related it to the campaign before he scampered off to North Carolina.
I'm also honored to have a chance to thank the incredible team of people who brought our vision for Washington's historic old post office to life, including hundreds of construction workers, electricians, maintenance workers, and so many others who helped make this project a reality. They're really the important ones. A project like this demonstrates what is possible when a team works together for a totally common purpose. It also shows how to work with our government and to get things done. My theme today is 5 words: under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what we did. Under budget and ahead of schedule.
Well, under budget, quote, and then ahead of schedule.
No,
quote.
that's fine.
Yes.
And some people, were ripping on him, of course, the mainstream media, because his hotel actually opened up 6 months ago, but they had the ribbon cutting ceremony, which is fine. And Dana Bash.
He built something. What's Hillary built in the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Year.
Besides
30 years.
Besides
the war chest, her personal war chest through leveraging public office. And we'll get to WikiLeaks, more WikiLeaks revelations.
But Dana Bash from CNN yesterday, she confronted him, and kind of took him to task for jumping off the campaign trail to open up a hotel.
So I thought I'd take an hour or two and run in and cut the ribbon with them at the building. To show you how low she is, she comes out and says, Donald Trump took time off from the campaign to open a hotel. Okay. Now, she'll do one stop. I'm telling you, she wants to sleep all the time. This is not what we need. This is not what we need as a president.
I love when he talks about her
So
sleeping.
you can play this clip.
Yes.
Remember the famous phone call? At 3 o'clock in the morning, she'll answer the call. Guess what? She was sleeping. She was sleeping like a baby. Don't wake me up.
Don't wake me up.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Everything you suspected about the corruption of Clinton Inc. is confirmed by WikiLeaks, and Donald Trump gets a surprising ally in Michael Moore at 7:37.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
48 degrees. Outside, we have right now cloudy skies. Aroldis Chapman, the final 4 outs. Cubs get a 5-1 victory over the Indians. That series now tied at 1 game apiece. Game 3 is Friday night when the World Series returns to Wrigley Field for the first time since 1945. Donald Trump unveils what he calls a new deal for Black America.
To seek a federal disaster designation for blighted communities in order to initiate the rebuilding of vital infrastructure, the demolition of abandoned properties, and the increased presence of law enforcement.
Meantime, Hillary Clinton cheering the numbers of people taking part in early voting.
More than 10 million people have already voted, including 2 million right here in Florida.
A new poll to watch this morning. The new Associated Press GFK poll shows Hillary Clinton leading Donald Trump 51 to 37% among likely voters. Small series of temblors are continuing to shake the mountainous region of central Italy, further unsettling residents displaced by a pair of powerful aftershocks to the deadly August quake that killed 300. Iraq special forces say they've completed their objectives east of Mosul and are waiting on other forces to advance. Samsung Electronics confirms today 140 cases of the Galaxy Note 7 smartphone overheating or catching fire. And Samsung's president is apologizing at a meeting with shareholders. Authorities say they have no idea at this hour where an Oklahoma man wanted in a cross-state string of killings, shootings, and carjackings is. The search for Michael Dale Vance Jr. enters its 4th day. The hourly minimum wage in suburban Chicago will be increased to $13 an hour by 2020 after action taken by the Cook County Board yesterday. And a DuPage County judge is refusing to allow a 16-year-old accused of threatening to shoot up his high school, to return home to await trial. The judge in that case wants additional psychological assessment of the Hinsdale South junior. NBA kicks off tonight. Bulls and Celtics. The news a service of American Express. Hey, American Express card members, you don't want to miss this. Now through December 31st, there's a big reason for you to shop small at local stores in your neighborhood. Learn more and enroll your eligible card at americanexpress.com/shop small offer. Terms apply. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You know what? I want to tell you something, America.
The Joe Walsh Show.
We ask our cops to do an ugly, impossible job. And way too many of us hate on them every day. I'll tell you what, America, you are going to wake up, so help me God, America, you are going to wake up one day without police officers in this country. And you will deserve it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Spend $100 in-store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
7:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. With your morning commute, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway, 355. It's a solid mess from 127th to the Reagan Tollway after a crash on the ramp to westbound 88. And it's a little farther north from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Northbound Tri-State heavy this morning. Sister Road to the 83rd Street Toll. LaGrange Road to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. The Edens is 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. Kennedy, 51 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 47. The Eisenhower, now an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 54 minutes. Stevenson, 50 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Ryan running 25 minutes from 95th to downtown, and traffic is a service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in store and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Clouds this morning, sunshine by the afternoon. We'll top out at 53. Currently 48. Next news at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. More WikiLeaks revelations confirming everything you suspected to be true, but it's important to remember and to have the evidence to support the visceral feelings, understandings you have. I'll tell you what, the timing is interesting because Trump is closing,
right?
According to polling over the last couple of days. And what has been the political environment in terms of stories being focused upon? WikiLeaks emails, Obamacare premiums, Michael Moore yesterday,
which we'll get to
inadvertently or in promotion of his new movie, but it turns out to be in promotion of Trump's campaign, if you want to know the truth of it, in terms of the market position Trump needs to occupy for victory. A lot of storylines running in Trump's direction the last 12 days here. It seems as people continue to get their Blue Cross Blue Shield notices, as I've gotten from several of our listeners, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois notices about premium spikes.
43% here in Illinois.
It's actually closer to 60 on average, it turns out. And I've gotten 2 just in the last hour since we talked about Obamacare with Walter Williams that are 100%. So that's, I assume that will be weighing on people's minds when they go to the polls, whether they early vote or wait for November 8th. And, for all of the Hollywood Access Hollywood, whatever that show is, focus on that tape with Trump and Bully Bush, that, recedes into the background quickly enough as people focus on what's in front of them, including their own bills. And then this, reminding you of Hillary. 2 chief fundraisers for the Clinton Foundation press corporate donors to steer business opportunities to former President Clinton, as well as corporate donors to the Clinton Foundation to steer business to President Clinton, as well as supporting the foundation. And so I meant by these as well. So this is a memo from Douglas Band. This is the company Teneo, which is profiled in Clinton Cash, Peter Schweitzer's book that we've talked about. Fundraising efforts that Mr. Band and a partner made on behalf of the Clinton Foundation, and how that work sometimes translated into large speaking fees and other paid work for Bill Clinton. For example, in 2009, according to Doug Band's memo, Declan Kelly, an Irish-American businessman and ally of the Clintons, introduced senior UBS Group AG executive Bob McCann to Mr. Clinton at a charitable event. Mr. Kelly subsequently asked McCann to support the foundation and encouraged McCann to invite President Clinton to give several paid speeches, which he had done. Bill Clinton earned $1.5 million from those speeches, that connection. There's another...
How many speeches for $1.5 million?
It just says several. I don't know how many. There's another example, similar example, Dubai-based company Gems Education. Relationship with the foundation. Hey, then why don't you let Bill Clinton speak and throw a couple $100,000 to him so he can get him off our backs? By November, partners of Teneo had raised more than $8 million for the Clinton Foundation and arranged for Bill Clinton to deliver more than $3 million worth of paid speeches, according to this November 2011 memo. So, that's real dollars. So you want to understand how they're 100 millionaires, Clinton Inc., this is starting, the WikiLeaks emails are starting to fill in the blanks. We knew the outcome. We knew what they were doing. Well, so here's how they were doing it, and here's some of the specific financiers. Also, another email showing Uma Abedin, Mrs. Carlos Danger, or Mrs. T-Dog.
T-Dog.
Yeah, I think that was his latest nom de plume on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Before he was facing a grand jury
Still has
scrutiny.
Custody of that child, too, doesn't he?
Uma granting access to Secretary of State Hillary Clinton at the time during overseas diplomatic visits based on Clinton Global Initiative donor status. She's the Secretary of State. This is a federal employee, Uma Abedin, one of her top advisors. And the meetings, for example, this email that's printed at dailycaller.com and obtained by Citizens United, December 4th, 2012 email, Paul McInerney, Clinton Global Initiative head of member development, emailed Abedin asking if he could meet with Hillary Clinton during her trip to Ireland. Abedin said she could accommodate McInerney, and he then asked if several other people, including 2 Clinton Foundation sponsors, could also meet Clinton. Are these legit foundation people? Abedin asked Band and 2 other Bill Clinton aides. And everyone is asking to see her. They go back and forth, and they note that one of those that are those individuals asking to see her is an Irish billionaire and subsequent Clinton Foundation donor, and so the meeting is arranged. So you're Secretary of State, and you're deciding who you're going to meet with on foreign trips, taxpayer finance trips, in your official capacity as the lead foreign policy official of the United States of America, and you're making those decisions based on their Clinton Foundation donor status. That a problem? That corruptive? Bob Woodward's word, not mine. Bob Woodward, when he said Nixon was corrupt, he had to go. Hillary's corrupt, and the D.C. press corps says she has to be president. Fascinating, isn't it? So Michael Moore, so that's one track. Obamacare's another track. Now Michael Moore has become a third track, like a freight train. He, in Ohio, promoting his new film, Michael Moore in Trumpland. And here's how he describes Trump and Trump supporters.
Because I know a lot of people in Michigan that are planning to vote for Trump. And they don't necessarily like him that much. And they don't necessarily agree with him. They're not racist and rednecks, they're actually pretty decent people. Wow. And so I wanted to sort of, after talking to a number of them, I wanted to write this.
Not deplorables.
Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood there in front of the Ford Motor executives and said, if you close these factories as you're planning to do in Detroit and build them in Mexico, I'm going to put a 35% tariff on those cars when you send them back, and nobody's going to buy them. It was an amazing thing to see. No politician, Republican or Democrat, had ever said anything like that to these executives. And it was music to the ears of people in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the Brexit states. You live here in Ohio, you know what I'm talking about. Whether Trump means it or not is kind of irrelevant because he's saying the things to people who are hurting. And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
Is Trump your human Molotov cocktail? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. I got to say, and more goes on, we'll play a couple other bites from his foray into this area in promotion of his film. And I don't think he's a fan of Trump. My understanding from the film is that comes across, unsurprisingly. But Trump should take these bites and scale them for a national ad campaign blitz the last 12 days.
He's got to start today. I mean, he has to start. And already Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. have tweeted out saying, I probably don't agree with Michael Moore, but he is 100% right about my father. And then they played that clip. So they are trying to get it out onto social media. But that is a ringing endorsement for Donald Trump.
Listen to this. I mean, look, I'm no fan of leftist agitprop, the kind that Michael Moore routinely produces. This is really well-crafted and, frankly, poignant. It's a poignant series of remarks Michael Moore gives. There's more like this.
And there's more of the former middle class than there are in the millionaire class. So on November 8th, the dispossessed will walk into the voting booth, be handed a ballot, close the curtain, and take that lever, or felt pen or touchscreen, and put a big X in the box by the name of the man who has threatened to upend and overturn the very system that has ruined their lives. Yes, on November 8th, you, Joe Blow, Steve Blow, Bob Blow, Billy Blow, Billy Bob Blow.
All the blows are coming out.
Get to go and blow up the whole system because it's your right. Trump's election is going to be the biggest ever recorded in human history.
You think so? Do you think that's what's coming, the biggest FU in recorded human history, at least in America?
Could be. People show up on election day. Michael Moore, Dan, has tweeted out saying, hey, everyone, Trump Jr. and the right wing thinks my movie called Trumpland is pro-Trump! ! Haha. Please don't tell them otherwise.
Yeah, I mean,
he just tweeted out.
The point is not about Trump. I mean, and this is a lesson, a reminder for Trump the last 12 days. It's not about Trump. It's about Trump supporters. That's who Michael Moore is providing analysis on. And it's a mistake that a lot of conservative intellectuals and Republican presidential candidates made in the primary. And it's a mistake that Hillary Clinton and leftist intellectuals and D.C. press corps types and academicians are making in the general, the basket of deplorables. Michael Moore isn't making it. There's a difference between Trump and understanding Trump as a vessel for people who have legitimate grievances, which I've said from the beginning, even though I am not a particular fan of Donald Trump, as I've made clear.
I like the pianist who accompanies Michael Moore and plays the background music.
Yeah, nice choice. Andy in Hinsdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, so I saw that Michael Moore clip, and one of the striking things is the looks on the faces of the people in the audience. Like, they clearly weren't expecting this message coming from Michael Moore. They all had this kind of quizzical look, like, what am I hearing, and is this the right guy up there? You know, because it wasn't the message they thought.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Andy. Right, this was, again, mentioned a promotional event for the movie, Michael Moore and Trumpland, in Ohio. And then the audio-video went viral. Steve in Hinsdale.
Yeah, I live in Hinsdale now, but I spent most of my life in Michigan. I also lived in Flint for 10 years, drank the Flint water, worked at both, two of the hospitals. I'm still living. People in Flint hated this guy also. He moved up to Traverse City. Traverse City is going down the tubes. You know what? We hate Ohio. Let them live in Ohio and stay the hell out of Michigan. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Man.
I'm just glad he took off that stinking Michigan State hat he wore day in and day out. Thing needed a break. And he's also transitioning. Have you noticed that? Michael Moore is looking more like a woman. I mean, he's growing his hair out, and maybe he's going to become Michelle Moore.
Let's not make the mistake that so many on the left are making, to mistake the messenger for the message. The message, even though the economics I disagree with, as I disagree with Trump, but the message of revolt and those that have legitimate grievances and a basis to revolt is unassailable. Whether it's Michael Moore delivering it, or Donald Trump delivering it, or Angelo Codevilla delivering it, or a number of other conservative intellectuals. And boy, I got to tell you, there's not a lot of data to support this. Although, as we've said, the polls are tightening.
Yeah.
But in my gut, for the last several weeks, really since the primary, and then it's ebbed and flowed based on Trump's buffoonery. But the last several weeks, as we've gotten past the Access Hollywood tapes, this is what I think is going to happen. I can't prove it with the numbers, but this is what I think is going to happen.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Clouds right now, but we should have some sunshine by this afternoon. A high of 53 degrees, 49 right now at O'Hare. Tonight, some patchy clouds, a low of 39. And for Friday, for Game 3 of your World Series, Chicago Cubs, it's going to be windy with some intervals of clouds and sun, a high of 66 degrees. And Saturday looks great, too. We're going to have some sun and clouds, a high of 70. What could go wrong? Now let's go to the roadways and see if anything is wrong on the roadways. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Hey, a big mess on northbound 355. Jammed 127th to the Reagan Tollway after a crash. And slow from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Northbound Tri-State, that's very slow. Cicero up to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Expressway is heavy, but no real extreme travel times. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Licensed in all states. Product availability varies. Agents may be compensated on enrollment.
This is Michael Medved. I'm here with Mike Stahl from Health Markets, helping folks find the right Medicare coverage. The news reports say that the rates might be going down.
The government projects the cost of Medicare plans will decrease this year. So you have to ask, are you getting the best rate? And Health Markets offers a free service to help folks maximize their Medicare benefits and save money.
The enrollment period for Medicare has already started. What is it people need to keep in mind?
Enrollment in the right plan is not automatic. With so many Medicare options, it can be confusing. My advice, don't go it alone. Get unbiased help to find a plan that may cost less and cover more with lower co-payments, more choices like dental and vision, and the freedom to choose your doctors. With the enrollment deadline only weeks away, it's important to act now. Our Health Markets Medicare service is free.
Thanks, Mike. This is Michael Medved for Health Markets.
For your free Medicare assistance, call 800-351-2054. That's 800-351-2054. 800-351-2054.
I got a text message from my girlfriends who are driving back to Michigan right now, Dan. They said, I can't wait to meet the Blow family.
Yeah, they're the ones that are going to turn Washington, D.C. upside down.
Hey, you know you secretly want to be a rock star? Well, ChicagoRadioDeals.com can put you one step closer to living out your dream with these deals from Midlothian Music. You can bang on the drums all day with your own Tamara Imperial 5-piece drum kit that includes cymbals, stands, a throne. For only $350, that is a $700 value. Create your own sound with a Privel digital piano, which feels and sounds like a real piano. Now, the keyboard is also $350 and comes with a matching stand. Or you could play on your favorite riff on a Taylor mahogany and spruce Grand Auditorium acoustic electric guitar. Whew. This full-size handmade instrument is a gorgeous guitar, which retails for about $1,000, but half the price at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Midlothian Music is dedicated to bringing you the best selection of American-made, handcrafted instruments. Plus, you'll experience exceptional customer service with every purchase. Find all these rockin' deals and much more only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
On college campuses, many are calling for safe spaces, free speech zones, and bans on so-called microaggressions, all in the name of stopping offensive speech. This is a disturbing attack on the right to free speech. Cutting-edge ideas are always offensive to somebody. Without free speech, unpopular ideas will never be heard. There's no right not to be offended. When Galileo said the earth revolves around the sun, he offended the Pope. Darwin's theory of evolution shocked Victorian society. American abolitionists offended slave owners. The suffragettes offended those holding antiquated notions about women. To learn more about this issue, get a copy of Defending Free Speech by Ayn Rand Institute expert Steve Simpson from Amazon.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIRadio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ARIRadio.com and click on the Donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their three co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'll see your General Colin Powell and raise you a CIA Director James Woolsey, who joins us at 8:08.
And later, a high school football team that no one wanted to play. We'll tell you why. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Cubs beat the Indians in Game 2 of the World Series. Homicide charges in an exchange student overdose. And the Bulls clash with the Celtics. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. People keep early voting across the country, but there's still 12 more days for this.
Our opponent represents the rigged system and the failed thinking of yesterday.
I don't think most Americans want the dark and divisive change that Donald is offering.
Hillary Clinton will campaign today with First Lady Michelle Obama in North Carolina. Donald Trump will hold 3 Ohio rallies. Polls in both states show close races. Nationally, a new Fox poll also shows a tight race.
With third-party candidates included, Clinton leads Trump by 3 points. Trump leads with independent voters by 13 points. Both candidates have low numbers when asked if they're honest and trustworthy, but Trump does better there, 34% to Clinton's 30%.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Protesters are digging in North Dakota in a months-long dispute over an oil pipeline. Some 200 demonstrators have set up camp on the developer's land trying to stop construction. They're refusing orders to leave.
We could go down there at any time. We are trying not to. We're trying to avoid the confrontation.
But Cass County Sheriff Paul Laney says the rule of law must be enforced. The Cubs have tied the World Series. Fox's Jared Max live at Cleveland's Progressive Field.
Dave, the Cubbies scored their first series victory since October 1945. They turned the tables on the Indians, who in Game 1 jumped out of the gate with 2 runs in the first inning. Last night, Cubs scored a run 3 batters into the game. Anthony Rizzo doubled home a run, and Chicago starting pitcher Jake Arrieta took a no-hitter into the 6th inning. Longest no-hit bid since the 1969 World Series when the Mets' Jerry Koosman threw 6 no-hit frames. The Indians finished with only 4 hits and 1 run. The Cubbies win it 5-1 to even the series at 1, which now goes to Chicago for Game 3 coming up tomorrow, where Kyle Hendricks will be starting for the Chicago Cubs. Josh Tomlin for the Indians. Dave?
And Jared, ratings for the World Series Game 1 were 14% higher than Game 1 of last year's series. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
48 degrees, cloudy skies. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. It was Aroldis Chapman getting the final 4 outs, backing Jake Arrieta to a 5-0 win over the Indians, tying the World Series at a game apiece. Game 3 is now Friday night, when the series returns to Wrigley Field in Chicago for the first time since 1945. And Chicago police announcing major security plans for the World Series.
If you don't have a ticket to the event, we encourage you to gather with friends, order some food, and celebrate at home in your neighborhood, as traffic will be very heavy around Wrigleyville.
People who live near Wrigley Field who want to drive should be prepared to show a photo ID and a proof of address. A grand jury hands down an indictment of a suburban Chicago man for allegedly trying to kill 2 DEA agents during an undercover sting in August. It happened at the Louis Joliet Mall. A DuPage County judge is ordering a 36-year-old Downers Grove man held on $1 million bail for providing the drugs that killed a teenage foreign exchange student. Prosecutors say Francis Emanuel had an inappropriate relationship with the 15-year-old girl from Spain. Chicago sports tonight. NBA season kicks off for real. Boston and the Bulls. The news, a service of Lead Safe America. Does your child struggle to concentrate and pay attention? What looks like ADD or autism may actually be caused by lead poisoning. Lead is a neurotoxin. It can cause permanent brain damage. Find out how to protect your family. Go to leadsafeamerica.org. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Ford just reported better than expected earnings. Ford CEO Mark Field says business improved in Europe. He says business in the U.S. is still strong, though buyers are looking for discounts. You'll have to wait a little longer for your wireless earbuds for the Apple iPhone 7. Apple says it needs more time before it sells the buds. Apple is also expected to reveal a new MacBook Pro today. Two technology companies are merging. Qualcomm is buying NXP Semiconductors. The deal is worth $39 billion, excluding debt. Qualcomm makes chips for mobile phones, among other products. NXP makes technology for your car. AT&T's purchase of Time Warner Inc. is expected to face a tough review from the FCC. The Wall Street Journal says Time Warner owns dozens of active satellite, wireless, and radio licenses. The Dow closed up 30 points yesterday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:04. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them.
Right now at Feldco, get 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest until 2018. Replace your drafty old windows and say goodbye to those high heating bills once and for all. Hurry, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Gentlemen, there's a revolution brewing. At a small office in New York City, a group of dedicated individuals wants you to stop overpaying for razors. Their name? Harry's. Their motto? Shaving your face shouldn't cost an arm and a leg. Harry's makes super sharp, high-quality blades at their German factory. People have been making blades there for 100 years, so they're really good at it. Their blades are sold online, direct to you. No middleman, no upcharging. So you get blades, shave cream, and more delivered to your door. And a clean, comfortable shave for a fraction of what you'd pay at the drugstore for other 5-blade razors. Still not sure? Here are real customer testimonials.
Everyone in the house uses Harry's razors. The shave is amazing.
Best razors I've ever used.
I've already recommended it to several people.
Go to harrys.com right now, and Harry's will send you a razor with one of their quality blades and shave gel for free when you sign up. Just cover shipping. And just for radio customers, you'll get our post-shave balm free with your order when you enter code 3535 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 3535 at checkout to claim your offer.
It's 8:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's delay start around 2. It's 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. Spurs heavy starting at Waukegan Road. At Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 40 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Outbound 47 to O'Hare. Eisenhower's an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 47 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson looking at 50 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, bottled up southbound Bryn Mawr to North Avenue at 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from 31st to Jackson. Tri-State southbound heavy 21 to Oak Plain. Northbound delays Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis, 47th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Veterans Memorial jammed 127th to the Reagan Tollway after a crash, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Cloudy this morning, then intervals of clouds and sunshine this afternoon, high 53. Patchy clouds tonight, low 39. Windy tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 66. Breezy Saturday with times of sun and clouds, a high of 70. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
47 at O'Hare, 49 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Schwarber with another base hit. Comes up 4-0 here in the fifth inning.
85% of people buying insurance on these exchanges get subsidies. And for those people, this premium increase doesn't affect them.
Today I want to talk about how to grow the African American middle class and to provide a new deal for Black America.
Black people who have been quiet and afraid to speak up are going to speak up louder than ever in that voting booth on November 8th. They're going to vote Trump.
And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So big news about
the Cubs, yeah.
Well, yeah, that.
Tying the series is big news.
In the political realm, our forte.
That's right.
The big news, people being asked about, Colin Powell endorsing Hillary Clinton, saying he's going to vote for Hillary Clinton, saying you're going to vote for her.
Same
it's a
thing,
distinction
really.
without a difference in politics. They seem to make a difference about it. Not much of a difference. But I'll see your General Powell.
Oh, yeah?
And I will raise you a former Clinton CIA director, James Woolsey, who joins us now. Director Woolsey, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Sure, good to be with you.
So the decision you made to roll in with Donald Trump and be a national security advisor for his campaign, what was the calculus you went through? Because I believe, if I've kind of going from memory, you've previously characterized yourself as kind of a Scoop Jackson Democrat.
Yeah, I was born to two Scoop Jackson Democrats, and I've always been one. I've served in two Republican and two Democratic administrations, 4 presidents, 2 of each party in senior jobs. And so I think that politics really ought to stop at the water's edge on national security matters. It's natural for us to everybody to fight about everything else, but protecting the country, having an adequate defense budget, taking care of classified information carefully, all of the things that you have to do, that ought to be done whether you're a Republican or Democrat, whether you're Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. And I thought on most of these that Hillary was far less likely to be reliable than Donald. She is proven to be a very, very bad custodian, and that's just the weakest I can put it, of classified information, extremely important classified information.
So she put our national security at risk because of her, just her attitude toward having her own personal server, and she thought she was above the law?
It's not just that. It's the whole pattern of her dealing with classified information the way that she does. I think that also, I think that she is not somebody we can trust what she says. And Trump, I've got things I disagree with him on, but it's pretty straightforward. And I think he's a man of his word. And I decided I would, for this presidential race, I would rather support him than her. I'm working on the transition for him, and that's a statutory requirement for both parties to have a transition organization, and I'm in the one for Trump.
We're talking to former CIA Director James Woolsey. Give us a sense of your interactions with Trump, because the kind of the greatest indictment that Hillary has leveled and tried to repeat, to make it the referendum question, if you will, for the American electorate, is with respect to Donald Trump's fitness for office, and that always calls to mind fitness to be commander-in-chief first and foremost. So give us your answer to that question of Donald Trump's fitness for office and fitness to be commander-in-chief.
Well, counting phone calls, I've probably just spent a couple of hours with him, total in person and on the phone. And I find him very calm and reasonable in small group interactions. He has a kind of a public shtick that he does when he's giving speeches and so forth. And although it's not everybody's taste, it's gotten him pretty far along the road in terms of getting the nomination and being very heavily in contention for the election. So I don't think that his speaking style and the way his rhetorical questions and so forth is the way that he functions when he's in a very small group or alone and talking just to one or two people. But I understand if people are put off by that. But I don't think it evidences any lack of seriousness or lack of ability.
But the bottom line is you trust him more than Hillary Clinton.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's that she's demonstrated really serious problems with having people's trust, I think.
I mentioned you were CIA director during Bill Clinton's presidential administration as a first term, and I wonder, I recall just different characterizations of your relationship with him, different books on the topic of his regime, and my sense is it wasn't much of one. It wasn't that it was antagonistic. You just didn't have a chance to spend a lot of time with him, and I wonder if there's anything you gleaned from your time with Bill and Hillary Clinton in the White House.
Well, I didn't interact with Hillary at all. One or two receptions, both at the reception or something, but that's about it. Bill Clinton, I saw at National Security Council meetings, which were pretty frequent for him, and then could hang around for a minute or two afterwards and raise something privately if I needed to. But one-on-one meetings, didn't really have those. And in a way, you can understand, Bill Clinton's a speed reader, and he could get through the morning briefing a lot faster reading it than having somebody sit there and read it to him, and he didn't want to take the time to do that. He also, he was president at his first term, particularly at a very calm period in the world, except for the Balkans. Things were going. Russia had just replaced the Soviet Union 12 months earlier, and things were, people were writing books, "The End of History" without a question mark in the title. Things had, were really warm and cuddly, and a lot of people. My main problem was that people kept coming to me from the Hill and saying, "Jim, the Cold War is over. We don't need a CIA anymore, do we? Can't we save the money? And I want to spend it on this, or I want to spend it on that." It was, not a period in which the intelligence assessments of what's going on in Russia, China, and so forth are at the top of his reading list, I imagine. So I can understand. He's also a speed reader. He gets through things really fast. So, I can kind of understand it. But when that little airplane crashed into the south lawn of the White House in the fall of '94, the White House staff joke was that must have been Woolsey still trying to get an appointment.
Well, so let me ask you this. As somebody who spent a career in national security-related posts, you look at the Clinton Foundation and what we understood from books on the topic prior to WikiLeaks email releases of John Podesta's emails, and now the more that we understand about it and exactly how it worked to fill in the blanks between what we suspected and what the outcomes were, provide the evidentiary support. And what's your reaction to a Secretary of State leveraging her position, seems fairly clear, to enrich the foundation and by extension to enrich herself and her family?
I think it makes us look like a banana republic. It's just not something that the United States has ever. I mean, money has a role in American politics, and sometimes too much of a role. But this is beyond the fringe. The pay for play, the huge speaking fees to the husband, or all of this is really. It just rubs everybody I talk to about this, whatever party they're in, whatever they think about who they ought to vote for. They're really put off by this pay-to-play, cash on the barrelhead, massive speaking fees, all of that. It's really bad.
All right. He is former CIA Director James Woolsey, a advisor to the Trump campaign and part of the group working on the transition plan, the statutorily required transition plan. As he mentioned, Director Woolsey, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thanks. Good to be with you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Give me something to work with there. Coming up next, Trump's new deal for African-American families. But first, here's your forecast where it's going to be cloudy this morning, otherwise some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 53 degrees. And tomorrow looks great. A little windy, but we are going to have more sun than clouds, a high of 66 for Game 3 of the World Series. Can't say it enough. Now let's go into the traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway, it's really heavy this morning. 127th to the Reagan Tollway after an earlier crash. Then it's stop and go for the Army Trail Toll to 290. Northbound Tri-State, the delays are from Cicero Avenue to the Hinsdale Oasis, 47th to 31st. The Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway still busty to Lee. Reagan Tollway bottled up 31 to Eola. And still Washington to Ackley and Roosevelt to the Tri-State. The Edens, 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 32. At Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 47 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour 17. Thorndale to the post office, outbound it's an hour. Stevenson, running 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Are you stuck in a bad home mortgage? Well, join the club that has about 10 million other American families. But I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest legal analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, I guarantee you'll never be alone in this country.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Seriously?
Dan and Amy,
yeah.
Donald Trump in Charlotte yesterday after
His ribbon cutting ceremony in Washington, D.C.
Trump International
Why
Hotel.
would anybody
the old post office
give him flack for that? For going to that ribbon cutting ceremony, and then you're taking time off the campaign trail. Dana Bash asked him that.
And he tied it in nicely, as you'll recall. He made a connection to the campaign, a pretty good one, I'd say.
I'm also honored to have a chance to thank the incredible team of people who brought our vision for Washington's historic old post office to life, including hundreds of construction workers, electricians, maintenance workers, and so many others who helped make this project a reality. They're really the important ones. A project like this demonstrates what is possible when a team works together for a totally common purpose. It also shows how to work with our government and to get things done. My theme today is 5 words: under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what we did. Under budget and ahead of schedule.
So all he needs to do is have Ivanka be the United States government's general contractor.
Exactly.
And so here's the thing. He made the point about he creates jobs.
Yeah.
He employs people.
Yes, he came in under budget
and
ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and employs
but is
guys and gals in the trades, and that's something.
But is American government run like a business? Or should it be run like a business?
It can't be run like a business because it's not bottom line sensitive. So no, but there are business.
Bottom line sensitive. That was the name of your high school band.
It was a Kaja Gugu cover band.
Kaja Gugu.
You should have heard our Too Shy. Brought the house down. A lot of weeping, mostly the guys. But there are principles that could be applied to the public sector, private sector principles, accountability mechanisms that could be applied to the public sector. So that was his pitch in D.C. Then he made a really interesting pitch 12 days out, swing state, North Carolina. I know it's a substantial African-American population in North Carolina, but this is a choice. This is a choice to focus in on, say, suburban soccer moms, probably a bridge too far, trades people in the trades, other slices of the electorate to make a specific appeal when he's in Charlotte. And the appeal that the group to whom he chose to appeal, black families.
Today I want to talk about how to grow the African American middle class and to provide a new deal for black America. That deal is grounded in 3 promises: safe communities, great education, and high-paying jobs.
Does he get credit for making this overture to black families, not just a perfunctory passing one around Labor Day to say, look, I'm trying to appeal to black voters in a way a Republican candidate hasn't before, and then you just kind of walk away from it and focus on the more traditional constituencies within the Republican electorate, even within the kind of the Trump primary electorate, which, of course, is a small fraction of black voters in Republican primaries and caucuses. So. Mm-hmm. But what about that? I mean, does he deserve some credit? Isn't that's an interesting choice that he and the campaign made, isn't it? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
I think it's great. I mean, he needs to garner the African-American vote, the female vote, and he has 12 days left to do it. But what he said yesterday was profound. It piqued my interest. And I think, but we played a soundbite from somebody earlier that said he's probably going to get between 16 to 25% of the African American vote.
That was.
I think that was a little high hopes.
That's Trump's vice chair of diversity, Brunel Donald Kai, who was on. I think that's the pronunciation of her name. She was on with our friend Brett Baer, and that's what she said. Here's her and she's African American female. And this is the pitch that she makes.
I'm going to tell you, there's backlash when you say, hey, I'm a Trump supporter and I'm black. So what I suspect is going to happen is on November 8th, black people who have been quiet and afraid to speak up are going to speak up louder than ever in that voting booth on November 8th. They're going to vote Trump, and then they may vote for Democrats straight down the ticket. But there are a lot of black people who are contacting me. They're afraid to speak up, but you'll definitely see on November 8th that it is greater than 6%, more like 16% to 25% black vote.
That would be historical if Donald Trump received 25% of the African American vote. But there are, closet Trump supporters that, fear public scrutiny. That's why they don't come out and say that they're voting for Donald Trump.
Well, it would be historic in terms of, the last 50 years, and it would also result in a landslide victory for Donald Trump. I don't think that he'll come close to that number. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I don't think so. There's nothing I've seen that indicates that he's really trending in that direction. But I like it. I like the aspirational nature of the comments. I like the...
We had an African-American caller early this morning at about 5 a.m. said that he switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party to vote for Donald Trump.
A gentleman from Country Club Hills who said I voted Democrat all my life, but kind of the whole, I've listened to Donald Trump up until the end, and Donald Trump's still making the pitch. And maybe he's got a point that what do we have to lose? Because look at what has happened to the plight of black families over the last 50 years with marching in lockstep with the Democrats. Not great.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP, and if you're one of the first 100 callers, you can try Transcend risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-2199. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. To guarantee your 10-day in-home trial, you must be one of the first 100 callers to call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-2199. Again, that's 1-800-400-2199.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How about a closing argument at the state and local level for the Republican Party? Republican Party State Chairman Tim Schneider joins us at 8:38 to offer it.
And then later, the football team that no one wanted to play, and a surprising reason why. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Cubs take down Cleveland. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Kyle Schwarber drove in 2. Jake Arrieta took a no-hitter into the 6th inning. Cubs beat the Indians in Cleveland last night 5-1, and they host Game 3 on Friday. Hillary Clinton campaigning in the swing state of North Carolina today. First Lady Michelle Obama joins Clinton in Winston-Salem. Donald Trump starts his day off with a joint interview on ABC's Good Morning America with his wife. Then crisscrosses Ohio for rallies in 3 different cities. 2 strong aftershocks have shaken central Italy, crumbling churches and other buildings to the ground, knocking out power and setting residents running into the streets just a couple of months after a powerful quake killed nearly 300. Twitter is cutting about 9% of its employees worldwide. The company has struggled amid competition from the likes of Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. The hourly minimum wage in suburban Chicago increased to $13 an hour. Action taken by the Cook County Board Wednesday will gradually raise that minimum wage from $10 an hour next year to $13 an hour by 2020. And prosecutors are investigating possible criminal charges after a number of fights in a maximum security section of the Cook County Jail. 2 corrections officers and 8 inmates were hospitalized with injuries, and at least a dozen others were treated at the scene last night. NBA tonight, Bulls break the ice on the regular season, taking on Boston. The news, a service of Lead Safe America. Does your child struggle to concentrate and pay attention? Well, it looks like ADD or autism may actually be caused by lead poisoning. Lead is a neurotoxin. It can cause permanent brain damage. To find out how to protect your family, go to leadsafeamerica.org. 8:33, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher calls some Republicans to the mat.
More and more Republicans are suddenly telling Trump to stop complaining about a rigged system in this election. You know why? Because of all the spineless Republicans who are refusing to help get this guy across the finish line and stop Hillary Clinton. And you know what? Frankly, I'd allege that's part of the rigged system, too.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897. On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
When I listen to Audible, I'm not on mile 2 of my early morning run. I'm out searching for clues in the abandoned toy factory near the cemetery. As I make my way down to the basement, I can't help but feel like I'm being followed. Did that doll just move?
Who's there? They're getting closer!
I should really get a treadmill.
Go to audible.com/actnow and your first download is free. Audible. Stories that surround you.
An important message from Medicare.
I found a better deal on prescriptions.
I found a new plan with lower costs. It's Medicare Open Enrollment. Have you compared plans yet? Who knows what you might find? Check out your options at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
You never know unless you go.
Medicare Open Enrollment, October 15th through December 7th. Brought to you by the Department of Health and Human Services.
6:36, the news, a service of Cabela's. Don't miss Cabela's Big Buck Days. Save 40% on select camo rain gear. Spend $100 in-store, get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. See store for details. Shop Cabela's in Hoffman Estates or Hammond. In our AM 560 traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the eastbound Eden Spur, it's stop and go Waukegan Road to the Edens, but then there's just a 1-minute delay. Foster to the junction, outbound 28 minutes from Montrose to Lake Cook. Kennedy running an hour and 2 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 40 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express, outbound 47 to the airport. Eisenhower, an hour and 17 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 52 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour and 3 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown, crash at 35th in the Express in the left lane. Northbound Tri-State delays are heavy, 111th to 31st. The Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve, and the Veterans Memorial still very heavy. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway after a crash. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Cloudy this morning, peak at the sun this afternoon, high 53, patchy clouds, and 39 overnight. 47 at O'Hare, 49 along the lakefront. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
AM.
It's Bitty Bitty Bop.
Wait. Funky.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
All right, so I like to remind people, because I think sometimes you forget, there are also elections for state and local offices on November 8th. No, seriously.
There are. No, he's
it's
not
just a
around.
presidential race. You got statewide races in Illinois, like for U.S. Senate, for comptroller. You've got legislative races, all 118 state House seats, and a third of the 59 state Senate seats. You've got Cook County Board of Tax Review, our friend Dan Patlack running. Got a lot of races, and it seems like Republicans, including myself through my super PAC, which I run, interest of full disclosure.
Yes. What's the name of your super PAC?
Liberty Principles PAC. You can read my musings in an interview I did with Carrie Lester of the Daily Herald on the topic of
and
this
you're
election.
In the Sun-Times this weekend?
I mean, you know.
But you are on the cover of a historical periodical. I mean, the day after the Cubs go to the World Series, your face is on the Sun-Times. And people were scrambling to get a piece of history. And there you were.
And like that, my face will not be on the Sun-Times again for the next 71 years. So just in terms of race, the races, the kind of culture right now with where the preponderance of the money is being spent, you have a super PAC that is attacking Rauner, trying to tie Rauner to Trump and Trump to every Republican, particularly in the suburbs where Trump is not doing as well. Less so downstate. And then a lot on the Republican side, myself included, are making the connect long overdue. I think more people are coming to understand it, the connect between Mike Madigan and his dutiful minions in the House and the Senate and the Chicago Democrat Party more generally. So that seems to me, quickly stating the state of play. But for a closing argument, kind of the Republican brand versus the Democrat brand, these competitive races that we're talking about, we're pleased to be joined by the chairman of the Illinois State Republican Party. He is Tim Schneider. Tim, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, glad to be here, Dan. Hi, Amy. How are you? So we're not going to talk Cubbies this morning, huh?
Yeah,
I guess not. Dan has made this Cub-free zone today.
Yeah, right.
Since we've tied the series, and now it's a possibility we might win.
You and Tim Schneider can play with your Jake Arrieta doll after the show. Tim. So make the closing argument for us on the races that are relevant for Illinois Republicans this cycle.
Well, I really think it comes down to the voters deciding whether they want more of the status quo, they want more unpaid bills, they want these huge pension deficits to continue, or they want to move in a different direction and make Illinois more pro-business, pro-growth, and bring jobs back to Illinois instead of always wanting to tax people. I mean, I'm just recovering from my own wounds yesterday at the county board where 2 weeks ago we passed paid sick leave countywide. Yesterday we passed minimum wage hikes. We're proposing a soda tax now on top of a $475 million sales tax. That's just at the county. If you want those practices to continue, if you want the Mike Madigan minions to continue to run the state and run the state into the ground, well, then I think you have a choice. Then you vote Democrat. But if you want to move Illinois in a different direction, if you want to be pro-growth, pro-business, if you want workers' comp reform and move the state in a direction I think is going to be able to provide the necessary revenue we need to provide for our social service safety net and those things, well, then you have to vote Republican in November. And I think people are seeing that right now. We're seeing, I'm optimistic in a presidential year. Republicans traditionally don't do well, but I think we're poised to see some movement and some victories, hopefully, and the voters will choose our side versus the status quo and business as usual.
Well, you're in the know. What do you think they're going to tax next? Because we're running out of options.
Well, the president of the county board came to me and asked me, what I wanted to tax. It was a menu. Do you want the sales tax, property tax, or the soda tax? And I checked the box, none of the above, because that's what they're looking for. I don't know if they're going to tax the air we breathe. I mean, they're already taxing our plastic bags in Chicago. I don't know what's next. I know that they're looking at another regulatory proposal to propose that if you don't schedule your employees 2 weeks out and give them a 2-week notice of when they're going to work, that they want you to pay them time and a half if they work over any schedule different than what you proposed to them 2 weeks in advance. This is getting ridiculous in our state. We need to become more pro-growth, more pro-business, as I've already said, because those are things we need to press on people. We don't need to drive people out of Illinois and Cook County. Do you know more people left Cook County than any other county in the election last year, and in the last decade, 1 million people have left Illinois, leaving the rest of us to pay the bills for those people that left. We need to bring people in to create a broadened tax base, and that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that's right. And do you agree with me that, and the polling seems to indicate this, that people are making more of a connect to Mike Madigan, the leadership of the state for so many decades now, and their local legislators, for example, that, this kind of, I know this person who lives in my same suburb, but he or she is going down to Springfield, and I finally get out kind of this game they're playing. They're pretending to be my friend and I think like me here, but then they go down to Springfield and they do the bidding of kind of the Chicago bosses, and I really got a problem with that. More and more people are waking up to that. From a lot of the surveying I've seen that I've done, there's a lot of Republican candidates that are poised very well going into the last 2 weeks, even against the backdrop of Trump not performing particularly well in the suburbs right now.
Well, you're exactly right, Dan. I think for a very long time, people said, well, I like this state rep. I like this state rep. She or he is very nice, but they don't understand that when they get down to Springfield, they vote exactly the way Mike Madigan has told them to vote. And so that's what our job has been, and that's what we've been doing in the last 3 months is really getting that notice out that these folks aren't your friends when they get down to Springfield. They're going to vote, lockstep with Mike Madigan and drive us into an abyss, from this point forward. And until we make changes, we're not going to see change in Illinois. So that's what we're doing. And if you notice, most of the advertising we're doing and the mailers that we're putting out, we're tying all these people to Mike Madigan because basically he's really what the problem is here in Illinois. And his polling, as you know, Dan, he's polling in our competitive districts between 12 and his favorables are between 12 and 18%. So if we can tie these folks to Mike Madigan and really let the voters know that when they get down there, they vote lockstep with the Madigan plan, which is driving our families and our businesses out of Illinois.
We're talking to Tim Schneider. He's the chairman of the Illinois State Republican Party. And Tim, what, if any, concerns do you have about the integrity of the election on November 8th, and not just in Cook County, but statewide? Is there a ballot security program or other measures that the state party is taking in conjunction with candidates to ensure free and fair elections?
Well, I think ballot integrity is a big deal it should be a big deal for both Democrats and Republicans. We don't believe that any properly cast ballot should be canceled by a fraudulently cast ballot. So in 2014, we actually recruited and hired 3,000 new election judges, 500 poll watchers, and we had 250 lawyers ready and able to answer questions on Election Day. And so instead of waiting 4, 5, 6 hours for an unfriendly county clerk to answer their question and already have that person's vote cast. So we've implemented these steps. We saw many cases that these newly hired election judges that we put into the 1,000 most fraud-likely precincts in Illinois did see improprieties, and were able to check those and make those people file provisional ballots that were then thrown out when we found out that they may have cast a ballot in one precinct and then also cast a ballot in another precinct. We've cleaned up the voter rolls and matched people who were actually voting from commercial addresses, or we've tried to find out whenever people have passed away, gotten them off the rolls. We've got to stop having these people that passed away, maybe a decade ago, voting in 2 or 3 precincts here in 2016. And I think we're doing a better job. We're not there yet, but I think we're doing a much better job. And it is the top priority for the party to make sure that the only people that are rightly casting votes are doing so.
Yeah, it's important that we get a little bit more competitive among the dead.
Well, how many dead people were voting, Mr. Schneider? Or Tim, how many people?
Sorry, Amy?
How many dead people were voting?
Well, I don't know. I just, somebody told me the other day, this is the only state, and Cook County is the only county where a death certificate is one of the proofs of identification.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear, and I think our listeners will be glad to hear that there's a ballot integrity program that's been now in process for a couple of years with boots on the ground and people monitoring these things to inspire confidence in the outcomes of these elections. He is Illinois State Republican Party Chairman Tim Schneider. Tim, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Pleasure to be with you. See you later.
Bye. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, how you can honor the Chicago Cubs even after you die. Great story.
By voting.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Speaking of the dead. But first, here is your forecast. Some clouds right now, but we'll have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 53 degrees. Tonight, a low of 39. And for tomorrow, Game 3 of the World Series starring your Chicago Cubs. It's going to be windy, but we're going to have mostly sunny skies, a high of 66 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Here's the one and only Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. On your inbound candidate, delays start at Nagel. It's 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 34 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Hop on 42 minutes to the airport. There's a crash at Sayre in the right lane. Eden's 20 minutes, like Hook to the junction. Up on 28, the Eisenhower. An hour and 6 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Up on 48 minutes. To Stevenson, an hour and 3 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 42 minutes. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State clogged up from 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. Adams Tollway still heavy bussy to Lee. Veterans Memorial from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Your music can take you anywhere you want to go, and Guitar Center is the best place to start the journey. Save up to 25% on over 200,000 guitars, amps, and accessories from major brands. Take $200 off select American-made Fender guitars. Get a Martin X Series acoustic electric for $449, a Yamaha acoustic for just $99, or D'Addario strings, 3 packs for $10. Where will your new guitar take you? Guitarathon is going on now at Guitar Center.
Calling all shoppers. This is one event you can't afford to miss. Kohl's 50% off sale this Thursday through Saturday. Take 50% off hundreds of items store-wide. Plus, take an extra 20% off. Plus, take an extra $10 off your purchase of $50 or more. Plus, everyone gets Kohl's Cash. Plus, Yes to You members earn triple points. Now that's the good stuff. Kohl's. Select styles offer valid 10/27 through 10/30. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. The juxtaposition of the elite's reactions to the James O'Keefe undercover videos with Donald Trump's debate answer that he would reserve judgment on accepting the outcome of the election is terribly instructive. The D.C. press corps' philosopher kings howled that by withholding his assent to the legitimacy of the election until the November 8th season finale, Trump is undermining their stylized Platonic republic. Never mind Hillary's call to end the Electoral College after Al Gore's defeat in 2000. Never mind Democrat Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe's unconstitutional abuse of his power to reinstate the voting rights of convicted felons. Never mind an Old Dominion University study that found upwards of 14% of non-citizens registered to vote, and between 2 to 6% of non-citizens had voted in recent national elections. And never mind a report on the dead voting in Colorado this cycle. Convicted felons, non-citizens, and the dead are core constituencies for Hillary. So when a convicted felon named Bob Creamer is caught on video overseeing efforts to incite violence at Trump rallies and suborning voter fraud, we're supposed to follow the D.C. press corps' lead and never mind that too. Well, I mind. How about you?
AM 560, The Answer.
This is crazy. I mean, there's a lot of Cubs fever right now. And obviously, since we won a World Series game, too, series is tied now, Dan, at 1-1. What did you predict? Cleveland in 6?
Yeah, Indians in 6.
Okay, I say Cubs in 6.
I'm sorry. The baseball team from Cleveland. I didn't mean
please.
to be insulting.
If you
offensive.
want to represent your team,
Jacobson family plot right here.
Yeah, even after you're dead, you can go to. There's a cemetery near us, actually, near where we live on near Peterson there in Western. And it's a Cub-themed burial site. And what it is a columbarium, but it represents, it's a replicate of the outfield, of center field. And there's a the scoreboard up there, and of course ivy's on the brick, and they took some bleacher seats and put them out there so you can sit there and stare at a wall where your loved one is buried.
Yeah,
not really buried, but it's for urns, not
That's where
caskets.
they can put Kyle Hendricks' ashes after the Indians torch him on Friday night.
Well, there's 20 Cub fans that have chosen to spend their afterlife in this place called Beyond the Vines. And I'm surprised that more people aren't there. I mean, people leave mementos, like ticket stubs and things like that.
But are you going to, the key is, you mentioned it's columbarium, so you have to be cremated.
Right. Oh, we're into cremation.
Oh, you are?
Episcopalians are.
Well, of course.
Because we care about Mother Earth.
No.
We don't want to take up space.
Well, then why would you take up space in this columbarium? Why not deconstruct this and just spread your asses over
Wrigley? Do you know people try and do
ferns
that?
Or something?
People do that every year. They're trying to sneak in, get a bleacher seat and dump their ashes on center field, and they don't like that. So if you're going to do that, you're going to have to
drunks.
You're going to have to sneak it in there. But no, it costs about $1,500 if you want to be interned there for the rest of your life, and then your family can come and sit in bleacher seats and stare at a wall that looks like center field. I mean, what could go wrong?
So why do you think that there's only 20 Cubs fans who've taken part in this to date?
I don't know why.
You know why?
Why? It's cursed. Because the goat ate the grass?
The goat's ashes. That's where the goat's ashes are.
Stop it.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no! Oh, it's the property tax bill.
Rising property taxes can be scary, but thousands of homeowners have done something about it by appealing their assessments. Hi, I'm Dan Patlack, your commissioner at the Cook County Board of Tax Review. As the only Republican on the board, I've kept my promise to serve full-time and be a watchdog, making sure that property owners appealing their assessments pay no more than their fair share of taxes.
As the only candidate who is a certified Illinois assessing officer, graduate of the Real Estate Institute, and a former township assessor, taxpayer advocate Dan Patlack has been the featured speaker at over 200 assessment appeal seminars, teaching thousands of property owners how to appeal their assessments. Dan Patlack is endorsed by the Chicago Tribune, the Chicago Sun-Times, the Daily Herald, and the Illinois Committee for Honest Government. Vote for Dan Patlack for Cook County Board of Review. Paid for by citizens for Dan Patlack.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio, Chicago's safe money specialist.
We are going to manage a portfolio to the extent where every single month you know and you feel confident that no matter what market it is, that you don't need to play the guessing game and time the market, because it's not timing the market, it's time in the market.
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money specialist. Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need a ton of supplies for my business, but I hate spending all that money.
Well, it's a great time to stock up and save during Staples' Buy More, Save More event.
Buy more, save more event?
Yep, the more you buy, the more you save on everything for your office.
Everything? Like pens and folders?
Yep.
I also need paper, file folders, storage bins, notepads, hand sanitizer, bubble roll. What else do I need?
A shopping cart. You will definitely need a cart for all this stuff.
The Buy More, Save More event right now at Staples. Make more happen. In store only.
When I listen to Audible, I'm not on mile 2 of my early morning run. I'm out searching for clues in the abandoned toy factory near the cemetery. As I make my way down to the basement, I can't help but feel like I'm being followed. Did that doll just move?
Who's there? They're getting closer!
I should really get a treadmill.
Go to audible.com/actnow and your first download is free. Audible, stories that surround you.
An important message from Medicare.
I found a better deal on prescriptions.
I found a new plan with lower costs. It's Medicare Open Enrollment. Have you compared plans yet? Who knows what you might find? Check out your options at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
You never know unless you go.
Medicare Open Enrollment, October 15th through December 7th. Brought to you by the Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. We're back here tomorrow at 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Cubs beat the Indians. Cook County to raise the minimum wage. The Bulls clash with the Celtics tonight. Cloudy skies out there. WINT Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Let's try that. Let's see if that worked.
Baseball is killing me.
never want either the World Series or the election to end.
All right,
I hope
say
they both
something into
last
the
forever.
microphone there. Hey, check. Okay, it's working now.
Great. That sounds like a great tease you just cut. Hey.
Hey, listen.
Holy cow.
What do you know?
All right, you're recording.
Ronnie Woo Woo stop by my house. Oh my God. Hey, check. Hey.
What person at the door?
Is that one of your guys?
Yeah, that's Pat Hughes, my co-host for the show.
Well, then I'll go let him in.
Thank you.
The Pat Hughes?
The one and only.
He's,
no, actually,
he
he's not
wants,
the one and only.
He wants my job, I know. That Pat Hughes.
Pat Hughes, he wants Pat Hughes' job to broadcast Cubs games.
Are you ready? Hey, Fancy Pants, I got to take a nap.
So take your nap.
No, I got to leave to grab my pillow to take a nap.
Oh, of course, my pillow.
I love that thing.
I don't know what.
Ugh. Well, we should. I know.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Are you like me and you never want either the World Series or the election to end?
Please, I need some sleep. We're back at 5 a.m. 560.
Oh, I know.
The answer.
Presidential campaign, not election.
Yeah.
I've used the wrong nomenclature. And that's unacceptable. We hold ourselves to the highest of standards here.
Ah! Chicago's Morning...
Oh, you just ruined it.
As soon as I saw Amy react that way, I thought you weren't recording.
Yeah. Got wrong.
Ah! Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Are you like me and you want...
Boy, that was really, really, really bad.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Are you like me and you never want either the World Series or... No, either or. No, you never want the World Series and the
election
presidential campaign.
Presidential campaign to end.
Yeah, right. All right.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Are you like me and you want both the World Series and the presidential election to go on forever?
No. We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The answer. Thanks, Keith. You really hit it out of the park.
Thank you very much. Good baseball metaphor, too. Nicely done. Thank you.
Ugh. I tell you, go home and wash the sheets for the next batch of people coming in.
You're like a madam, the way you talk about that.
I was about to say, you're like that character on Westworld.
I am a very busy lady. I'm going international this round. New York, New Jersey, and Holland.
Now that's a new keyboard, so it should work.
Oh, it does. Chicago's Morning Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer. And we're out.
And I'm out. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
All right, should be in there. Bye.
Bye.
Have fun today. Doing what you do. All right. Do those things you do. Why do I think he's hot?
Are you picturing him naked right now?
I think he's gorgeous. I saw him at the convention and I just stopped at my
David Gergen, you're beautiful.
I couldn't even, I just stopped and went, oh! And I stood there and he walked by me. But he looked at me like as if I was a crazy person.
Well, that's because you are. That's why I looked at you that way.
He said,
he knows him when he sees him.
He said, stalker.
Knows him when he sees him, does Gergen.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Favorite photographer. Yeah, my division. I don't know if you know me.
Yeah, I watched that while you guys are great entertainment. I'm like
myself up in the morning, and I watch it on YouTube. It's just, and your expression, though I don't know if I could take the image of him inside your puppy you ate him the other day. We had him on
What?
there. I put him in my shirt.
Oh,
no.
that's weird. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. That good, huh?
I'm forgetting what I needed to do.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
See my Cubs 5-1 last night.
Yeah, I saw.
I see one more White Sox fan post on Facebook something from 2005. I don't know what to do with myself.
Oh, really? What are you posting, the Conestoga Wagon parade from 1908?
I'm not posting anything. I'm waiting until it's over. I posted one photo of my son and I. That was it.
That's unacceptable. It's too much.
I'm gonna sit today.
You sit today? Okay,
Is Matt coming by?
He should be, yeah.
Okay, so we need the extra chair.
We'll grab that one then.
Okay. Is Julia coming or just Matt?
I don't know. You really went all out today. The hickory. You got Jimmy Chitwood's T-shirt on?
Yeah.
I'll make it. I'll make it.
I figure it's time I start playing ball. Oh, one more thing. Coach stays, I stay. Coach goes, I go. I say we have a revote.
I say we have another vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay.
Coach stays.
Who's those three guys in the background going nay?
Yeah,
Like the actors, the extras that have to say nay?
With who? Skoog.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
It's like
doing
Mook.
That's what I'm doing to the TV.
Mook.
Mook.
Good.
Oog. It's like the Gooch from Different Strokes.
You think they're saying boo, but they're really saying Dave. Remember that? They're really saying, you think they're saying boo, but they're really saying Dave. How about Kyle Schwarber? That guy, that is literally unbelievable.
John Kruk called and he wants his body back.
Yeah, but dude, that is, you know how hard that is to do?
What are you talking about?
You like this picture of Hillary and Bill, don't you?
Endless Love? Two crazy kids.
Is that what it play? Does Endless Love play over the background?
I haven't seen that one.
Diana Ross and Lionel Richie. My love. There's only you in my life. The only thing that's right.
Just like when they met at that Yale Library.
My first love. Oh, that was so disgusting. We was talking about the love of his life. Is he out of his mind? Does anyone think we're going to believe that shit? Holy cow. It's a love story. Oh, it is.
What was with Javi Baez, like from the Blue Man Group yesterday?
I know. Those, I hate to say it, but a lot of the Latin players, when it gets cold, they put those things on.
Well, I know. Lindor. Or was it Lindor?
Lindor, yeah.
Yeah, he had the whole,
I had the whole thing on.
Muslim.
What
was that?
My first love. Okay, my headphones are not plugged in. That's going to cause some consternation. I haven't checked them yet.
Okay, Dan, thank you.
What's the order?
Are we still in the same order, Joe, or no? Are we still in the order that they appear, or no?
First interviews with Charles.
Oh.
Have you taken a position on the? Yeah. What's the position? Opposition?
Yeah. Ted was writing something. I think it's going to go up today about how there should be special funds just reserved for special funds for revenue to be used for certain things, like a specific thing.
Yeah, but there are use taxes. I mean,
Yeah, but it's.
No, I mean, look. When you have a use tax, that use tax has to be segregated away to the fund. It's the use taxes. If it was being paid for with general taxes, then it could go into the general fund.
Is the amendment? I haven't really looked at.
I don't know a lot about it.
Is it just motor fuel tax money they're trying to lockbox?
It's got to be toll money. It's got right.
Well, tolls you got to pay bonds.
We just posted it, so I'll send it to you.
By the way, all I'm gonna say for the next hour is vote for Munger. Every like 3 minutes, vote for Munger.
Just do like the subliminal.
And
having a conversation.
And then I'm gonna send the tape to Christina and Heidi. And I was on the phone with Heidi for an hour last night.
About this?
Vote no, God no. Vote for Munger.
Yeah.
Vote for Trump.
Patrick, is your chair all the way up?
I have no idea. How does it get up?
There should be a lever underneath it to pull.
Yeah, why not? Because my 245 pounds pulled out of it.
But it's a boyish figure to him.
It is boyish. That's how Dan likes it.
I'm going to stay out of that. It's between.
Hey, look, if you don't make some sort of
Yeah, this is it's not limit. It doesn't strike me that this is limited motor fuel tax. This is just getting quote unquote transportation funds, which include general revenue funds.
Well, if it includes general revenue funds, then you're not going to lockbox it. My concern with that stuff is always over the use tax.
Yeah, and money from the road fund to other projects, blah blah blah. Rules dictate how transportation funds have no place in the only concept. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Yeah, I agree with that.
For it to go to the general fund?
Okay, Pat, are you basically in position for where you're going to be?
I feel pretty good about it.
You feel pretty?
I feel pretty. I feel pretty. I feel
pretty
and gay.
Yeah, exactly. Last part, especially that part.
They don't mean gay. They mean gay in the happy sense.
That's not how you mean it.
No, I mean it in the exact opposite sense.
Yeah.
Joe, is this the kind of banter you're looking for the show this week? A lot of gay talk.
Right.
A lot of it's just locker room banter.
Hey, you almost touched my stuff.
I'll kill you.
I'm not here. It's not hot.
I swallow a lot of regression, along with a lot of pizza.
I'm not here. It's not hot.
My father told me, I'm a pacifist. My father told me to never strike anyone in anger unless you're absolutely sure you can get away with it. By the way, I watched the new Ghostbusters. Have you seen that, Dan?
With the chicks?
Yeah.
No.
We don't say chicks.
Whatever. Yeah, I just said it. Deal with it.
Let me tell you something. I think some of those ladies are very funny, particularly Melissa McCarthy and Kristen Wiig. But that movie was so bad. It was incredible how bad it was. But those two, I've seen them in other movies, and they're good. Like Kristen Wiig in that MacGyver movie, whatever that was, MacGruber. She was terrific in that.
Yeah, but you have to have an ensemble cast.
But
you can't rely on
good too.
You can't rely on 4 women to be funny, or 2 women, or 1 woman,
or any women.
No offense. you know.
Hey, when are we going segment 5?
Women are not funny.
Women are not funny. That's segment 5.
I mean, honestly,
Joe's
we
getting his
had this
resume
discussion.
together.
Women are not funny.
Joe's going to
Name
be
a funny
fired by
stand-up
noon.
comedian. Oh, when they do it, when they go all blue like Amy Schumer, that's funny.
I think Amy Schumer is pathetic.
She's grotesque. So name a funny comedian.
What about that lady from the 80s?
Elaine Boozler. I mean, are you kidding me?
Elaine Boozler. What about the pedophile, Paula Poundstone?
She was annoying.
Yeah.
She's like Emo Phillips. She's
Oh,
like
Emo
female
Phillips
version of
is
Emo Phillips.
terrible. What about the girl
The only
who
one
talked
is
really low?
The Queen of Mean was funny for a while.
What about Rosie O'Donnell? Rosie O'Donnell was
No.
funny. Not
She's
Rosie O'Donnell.
disgusting.
Not Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne,
She
also
was
disgusting.
But she was
No.
funny for a while.
The Domestic Goddess. No, lame. No.
What about Richard Pryor?
Not a woman.
That's a dude.
Yeah.
Sorry. I always get black people and women mixed up.
What's
That's why.
well, of course they're both protected classes. What's the
See, Joe, if I was producing the show, this is what it would be.
what's
Yeah,
who's the
exactly.
Queen of Mean? She's on the yeah. Phyllis Diller. No, it's not 100.
Oh,
years old.
like Ruth Buzzy?
No. Lampanelli.
Oh yeah, she's not. She's just vulgarity though.
It's
But
not.
she's pretty good.
Yeah. There's a couple of.
Did I go too far for Ruth
there's a
Buzzy on the
couple-
roast?
There's a couple of female comedians. That
Oh,
were
you
pretty
weren't talking
funny.
about the Dean Martin roasts.
No, yeah, not Dean Martin.
Okay, guys, let's.
There's a couple, but it's just like you can't hold it up. Even Bridesmaids was totally overrated.
Totally overrated.
And it was only good because there's still some male female back and forth, like with the cop.
Yeah, even he was not very good.
He's pretty funny actor though.
Okay, we're gonna get some. Let's get mic levels while we can.
Is there like a time frame on it?
Mr. Hughes, can we get your mic levels, please?
Pat Hughes, Illinois Opportunity Project. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Okay.
What's up?
Mr. Prof.
AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan Prof, Pat Hughes, Elk Grove Village, Salem Communications, United States of America.
Good morning, Mr. Prof.
Vote for Munger.
Vote Munger. What are we?
What
We're
are we-
starting with. Well, we got Charles. You want to do 5?
Yeah, let's do 5. It's 4.5 minutes. Remember to say welcome back. Welcome back to Illinois Rising.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Check it out. Welcome back.
John Sebastian, lead singer of the Love and Spoonful.
Mm.
What was the line? You go welcome back, Cotter, and then what? Barney Miller?
Fish was
No,
later when he
Fish
spun
was-
off.
Yeah, it was a spin-off.
Fish was on Barney Miller. I don't remember. Yeah, I think
Now
it was.
officially dead.
It took a long time for him to die.
Yeah, he was pronounced dead many times that he was not.
And he was around a long time. Do you remember when he was in
Like
that
90.
terrible Joe versus the Volcano movie? He was already like 70 when that movie came out.
Was he the dad?
It just goes to show, Matt, that there's still time for you. You're welcome.
I get encouragement.
You never. It's not over. Nothing's over.
Was it over when
Nothing's over.
Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
It's good.
The absolute, the epitome of the understated punchline.
Tone, little nastiness, little lack of professional courtesy, little bite back. That's exactly what I wanted. I will not be ignored, Dan.
Joan Rivers is pretty funny.
Yeah, no, Joan Rivers was funny. We're trying to figure out funny female comedians.
It's just not that many, but then you can't put them together and like. Well, Lucia Ball was a good, funny comedian.
We're talking about like stand-ups, not like variety performers. Like Carol Burnett was hilarious in that TV show. That was a funny show. We're trying to think of
There's
funny
good.
women,
There's
'cause I saw
funny
that
female
terrible
comedic
Ghostbusters movie.
actresses.
It was so bad.
Gilda Radner? Still not.
Yeah, the SNL people are pretty good when they do SNL.
Classic Jane.
But that's like that's like an actress though. It's sketch
I'll
comedy.
take the rapists for 400.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite moments.
Stand up.
Yeah, stand-up is different than comedic actress, whether it's not stage or.
I like how they were portrayed, women stand-up comics, by Sally Field and Tom Hanks
That's a bad movie. Particularly ornery, Joe. We're 10, 12 days away from an election. Vote Leslie Munger. We've been instructed
more money.
On this program,
I need more money. Send money.
Yeah, my first. Well, not my first. One of my few early morning texts this morning was from Vote Leslie Munger.
Like I wouldn't trust Dan and I either.
Ready? Dan Proft back with Pat Hughes, co-founder of the Illinois Opportunity Project. And Pat, this week, the Cook County Board, in their infinite wisdom, voted to raise the minimum wage in suburban Cook County to join Chicago, getting to $13 by 2020. And take your time. Law applies to the entire county, including unincorporated areas. And John Daly, who is, as you know, the moral voice of the city and the county, said this was the right thing to do. And the county board said they had to do this, provide the policy leadership they've become famous for because of state inaction.
Yeah, this is another one of those circumstances, Dan, where the people they say they're trying to help are not going to be helped by this law. Everybody knows that when you raise the minimum wage, employers cut jobs because the cost of employment becomes too high and low-wage workers lose the opportunity to work, period. Typically what a minimum wage hike is, Dan, from a governmental entity is sort of something that they want to do on the benefit of the unions because union contracts are tied to the minimum wage, right? So if minimum wage goes up, the union contract goes up. And so that's what I think is more likely going on here.
How do they know? How do they know $13 is the right number?
Because it's higher than the last number that they had, and they can say, "Look, I've raised your salary." They don't know what the number is or what the right number is economically.
Yeah, but why don't they go higher?
They should go 50.
I mean, I want people to make more money too. I mean, so I don't want people stuck in a low-paying job. I want them to make money and be able to not just to support their family, but to have leisure time and buy Cubs World Series tickets and so forth. So
host a radio show.
Yeah, host a radio show. I mean, have the ability to do fun. Have fun in life and not spend so much time at the office. So why don't just increase the wage and also reduce the most amount of hours you are allowed to work in a given week as well?
It's a good.
I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference between a floor and a ceiling? Why don't you reduce the number of hours, and not allow people to work more than what's reasonable? If we're just throwing darts at a board, I don't know, 25 hours so you have more playtime?
Yeah, I mean, they could do it that way if they wanted to. And it would